Oh Lord, no,
I
we
wouldn't do
can't.
that.
That's
Yeah, I've just started the stream. Please do not give my address out to stream and tell people to order me pizza. The latter part I'm okay with. The former not.
Sheep, I definitely know your address. I can sort of say that. I safely, 100% sure, have it in mind right now. So
I was about to say, like,
That's-
I don't know. Maybe I can ask Jonas. Maybe he knows it because you visited
just
Jonas.
to prove my knowledge to the streams, I'll say it's in Central Europe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Sort of north central, I guess.
OMG,
Maybe.
stop doxing me, Manikai.
That's right.
Uh,
He's definitely not in Bavaria. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
Lack of Bavarian. We haven't heard any
Definitely not in.
Alp horns or something in the background.
Yes, the dead giveaway that you're in Bavaria. Alphonse. Distinct lack of yodeling too.
Oh, that would be
I
great.
mean, I would be okay with the yodeling. Yeah.
That'd be for you, like, the background yodeling. He's like, oh yeah, that's my roommates
That's
doing
my roommates.
just yodeling.
Yeah, that's what it is. You cross that
Which
border
room?
instantly. There's like people yodeling, just like welcome here.
I mean, chances are we get flagged on YouTube anyway by that. So
Yeah, that's true. The big yodeling community would be like, no, that's ours. Sad.
All right, it's time to put Ari to work today. This is gonna be great.
Well, as I understand it, I'll do stuff in Westgate while you all plan heists to free Valignus. So
oh no,
I'm
we're already done. It's up to you.
No. No. Oh no.
You can tell me no all you want. I know what happened last week.
Yeah, I don't.
perhaps
So
that is a
talk about
segue.
yeah,
into-
recap.
To the recap, which I did last week. I know that much.
Sheep, I feel like you could do it. I mean, you're leaving us, so
That's nice. All right,
That's right. This is the last recap Sheep can do this year.
Yeah.
it's true.
Whole year.
Oh wow.
It is true. All right, last
Next
week.
year he'll have to do a lot to make up for it.
Last week, we engaged in our genius plan to remove one of the cloud giants from, life in general, by luring him into a trap. The Watcher, who was supposed to have the ability to see a ridiculous distance and shoot things with his bow, who really takes it seriously if people talk shit about him in general. Which is what we exploited. We positioned ourselves in a cave and had our dear General Victus, with her ambitions and desire to, either rule the current hierarchy or make a new one of those two things, to, basically talk enough shit and attract him. We can't shoot at her from a distance if she's in a cave. And if he doesn't know that there are also 2 dragons waiting to ambush him, he'll probably come down and try to solve things. And turns out, it worked pretty much exactly like that. He wandered up to the cave, sent out his sentient air elementals to look around, and we ambushed him. It was a fight, one that both Emmy and General Victus quickly turned in our favor, with Romanfir just being there for moral support mostly. And we defeated the Cloud Giant and imprisoned him, so that we have access to him and whatever information he might have for us later. Romanfir used a ritual to basically merge him into the wall of the cave. General Victus told her people to guard this place, and that's where he still remains. We talked a bit about how to continue from this point on. One Cloud Giant less is very good, but there's still somewhere between 2 and 12. I believe General Victus was of the opinion that there's maybe 3 more up there. So that's still a lot of Cloud Giants. In addition to, the impenetrable fog that makes moving difficult, and a whole bunch of assumed traps and all kinds of shenanigans that we don't really know a ton about. And yeah, so that's still something. General Victus has said that she and her troops can get up to the foot of like the staircase leading into the actual Cloud Giant place, I believe, but not really further than that. So after that, we'd basically be on our own. Which is still some distance. So we decided to ponder a bit, I believe, and let some time pass. The Red Banner host, I believe, tried to conquer Thunderhome with little success. That was a battle. Cormyr tried to mess with Elversold because they are not happy about the Cult of the Dragon, doing things to Marsamburn and all those places. So they sent an expedition outpost to have a bit of a beachhead from which they can strike at Elversold. Westgate is metaphorically and literally on fire, although we haven't looked into that yet. But that's happening. And I believe Emmy was working on poisoning the lands to herself to make them unusable. Although it being like steppe and prairie, that might not be that necessary or that difficult. But it's on its way. And I believe that was about it.
One thing I'll bring up is that Rearmanfir attempted to pursue a non-aggressive route after imprisoning Eratus, the Cloud Giant Watcher, by having a letter sent up to the Cloud Giant Regent, offering in exchange Valignith for the Watcher. The letter he received back was inviting Rearmanfir to come up and chat about it, which Rearmanfir thought was
an obvious trap.
A trap. Which led to the joke about Eri coming back to seeing two temporary characters.
That
Also,
would suck. I would not enjoy it.
The Cult of the Dragon had to fight off the Harpers from taking action in Elversold. The Harpers moved on, and they're probably heading towards Erebor. The Blue Sun Guild, which had some dealings with the Cult of the Dragon, has also moved on, and they're on the outskirts of Westgate, probably coming into the super crowded city along with all of their other friends and enemies.
Yeah, and, I don't want to be in Westgate, like, ever.
Yeah. And new action is taking over in the far east of the Gulf Mirror Forest near the Termish border, involving Termish settlers, Fellowship of the Purple Staff, like allies of like Good, Nobania, what have you, trying to move in and settle the region.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Things are happening. Beyond that, we completed a goal, leaving us with 2 open spaces for goals. I will just put our current 4 in Discord so that we can see them.
Yeah. Kilzin Syntherio Therios, tear to the Black Dread, subjugate the Spirehorn tribe, rescue Valignith, and shift the power balance in the Emerald Enclave to favor Malar. We have 2 open goal slots. We intentionally left 1 open for Eri, and now we have another one open on top of that. What you got, Eri?
That is an excellent question.
Perhaps a goal fitting like what it is that you want to accomplish in Westgate?
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to formulate it.
Yeah. Like, you said you wanted to punish the Nightmasters for daring to attack you.
Yeah, and I mean I will, but it also happens that they're the people to fight right now, so it's really not. Yeah, I mean, I think a goal for me is to get the Captain's Council to be, I don't know, the leaders of Westgate.
Okay.
That's a long-term goal, certainly.
Yeah. I mean, evidently, because it's going to be a guild for a while.
The question here is, would that be get them to sit there for a season, or at the end of this guild war, they are on top.
Yeah.
Because one is you just have to get them there, and the other one is you actually have to get them there in a meaningful
I
way.
feel like unless I feel like it's not significant if they're not on top like for longer than because I feel like right now it's gonna shift a lot.
Yes.
Saying that the captain's council has to be the winner of the guild war is definitely powerful and meaningful and
Yeah.
long term.
And it
Yeah.
shows a real commitment to your ally.
Yeah, what the hell did the captain's council do that like wins your support in this way?
Well, I figured they really want to destroy the Cormyrian fleet.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
You know, it's just
you know, the Order of the Basilisk is receiving Symbian money. They might want to destroy the Cormyrian fleet too.
well, you know, they can come under my umbrella.
Which is apparently the captain's council umbrella.
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds hard.
No,
is
yeah. Yeah, it
Hard
does sound
goal.
hard.
Let's see here. Hard. How did you phrase it? I guess it's really. I mean, a rather simple phrasing is just like
The captain's council wins the guild war.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's gotta like be that faction, right? Because I figured they might ally with other people than me, like, but they need to be in there.
What the captain's council comes to is like, we want to support someone else for leadership.
What you're saying basically is you want this nice sort of green swampy color to be on top.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we have a decided side then for who should be ruling Westgate. There's another one here. Did you want one related to the Night Masters or?
I mean, depends
Do you
on
want
if
to integrate
other
them?
people
Do you want
have-
to destroy them forever? Like
have something, you know.
I don't think Sheep is going to have a goal suggest, given that he is going to be departing for the rest of the year, whereas we may continue playing.
That is correct.
As for me, I'm perfectly willing to cede that slot if you have something that sounds like it could be more short term, directed against directed against the Night Masters. I'm cool with what I want to focus on. I don't need that. I don't need further goals for that.
Cool. Well, then, like something like permanently reducing. I suppose the best one to reduce is really their either territory or sovereignty, isn't it?
Okay. Here's my query about that.
Okay.
Permanently reducing anything in Westgate right now is going to be easy because a lot of other people are doing the same thing.
Right.
Which means
That's
that
fair.
you might not even have to apply yourself.
Right.
But say destroying a faction is also something you could make a goal.
Put it on there.
Yeah, destroy the Night Masters.
Yes. They
destroy, of course, means that you could annex them. Someone else could annex them or kill them, right? What usually happens in Guild Wars is that you begin taking over other people and like making them your people, and then
my bitches.
At some point, someone can't stop you. All right. Well,
the bad thing is that
medium goal. It's not.
Can also become the bitch.
Let's call it.
I will become the bitch.
Break.
That's the chance when you play, right? Like.
Yeah, well, you know, you have the benefit, the mark here of you can go back to Tizir.
Yeah, I can go back to Tizir. I can go back to
the Night Masters.
What are the Night Masters got to do? Go back to their flooded Underdark passageways?
Yeah, it's like they're refugees here, right? But who knows? Maybe the Cicatrix would like an army of like Dwergar and Drow and
giant spiders.
If they had not attacked her, you know,
now you kill all the
would
leaders
have
and take their power.
Properly beaten, yeah.
All right, then we have our goals filled out. Most fine. Then let us get into it. I have a list here because the first thing we got to do, order of business as it were, is to see what was happening in Westgate while all the whole other session what was really happening. None of the other dragons are really into it, so it makes sense that they don't know.
Yes.
Ari, you just, or really you Sheep and Grimmeth too can just interrupt me. I don't expect you to, but if you want to get involved, you certainly have the reach to. mean, Rearmenthir could send the Dragonfane in.
Now is the time that the Dragonfane that has done
Get
nothing
involved.
in the
It's
past
time to
year.
siege
They've
Westgate.
come back to fucking.
I love it. If the Dragonfane just like rises to the top of Westgate.
City of Tiamat.
This is what Valakniv would have wanted.
He would have
Yeah.
wanted
Randomly
what
attack
we need is
Westgate.
the Cult of the Dragon. We need more crazy cultists in
Yeah,
Westgate.
call the
That's
dragon in there. Abandon
please.
assault. Who cares? Let's see, Diane, can you get in there? Let's see how many people
Which,
can.
I mean, the Mark mind taking over. It's just, yeah. Oh yes, the red.
There's many people in there. It's
Send the
possible.
Centaurs over. Yeah.
Red banner, why not? Just cram this place.
There's only one city big enough for the Red Banner house.
Just the piles of dead just covered everywhere.
They should.
Yeah. Point is, you can just interrupt me when
Yes.
there's.
Well, is it a new year?
Yes, you would
Ah,
be. Yeah, you
thank
would be
God.
back up,
Woo.
to strength.
I like
Hmm.
that.
Yeah, we played an entire year out without like looking at Westgate at all. So
Yeah.
you'll
It's
start
like
you'll start
half
with everybody.
acting that I there. So, but yeah, essentially, Visecatrix was otherwise occupied.
Yes,
when-
he was. He's
So,
in war with
feel
like
free to be personally involved in these.
13 other factions. Well, not 13, 12 other factions.
Things are happening certainly. Yeah, the first thing that'll happen is that Cormyr is sad because now they don't own Westgate anymore, and they want to get back on top. So they will send aid to the Fire Knives. That is something they're passionate about, right? Send aid to some assassins here. Let's see here. We will see if they can exercise their power. They're on the other side of the sea. They fail. Well, that's not good enough. No.
Oh,
Sends
fucking war.
aid. In terms of soldiers, I guess they could try. They're gonna try to send a little bit of money, maybe. No, doesn't work. They've spent too many
Wow.
resources doing other things.
Yeah.
As they try to send aid, it's not that it doesn't get into the city, but whatever Cormyrian, like they probably send like a war mage and a delegation of some people, or some pirates who are actually sailors or whatnot, and they go into the city and they're never heard from again. Westgate has this ability to just swallow up people and
Yeah.
things, and that's basically what
Just
happens. They sent money for the Fire Knives, and it's just who knows what happened to it. Like someone got it
Gethro
before.
had a good, nice dinner. That
Yeah.
just,
But it's all gone. It's all gone. No help. No help for the Vinos though. Cormyr is done. They actually, I don't exactly remember what they. I think they helped repair the wasted wheat and such. Who they're not sending in there. They have hearts.
yes, send them in.
Poor peasants sent into fight. That would not be Cormyrian of them.
Well,
Sembia, on the other hand, hears about the Cormyrian aid being sent, and they're like, they want to support their candidate. And currently, that's the Order of the Basilisk. So, Sembia's got to do that. That's something they're passionate about, and we all know what they do. They just make that money.
I don't know. Like, I know it's bad if they get the power, but I just love that Sembia is just like throw money at every fucking thing, and everyone's just like, yes, yeah,
I'll take money.
Yeah.
And we'll have them send some military support on that because rich.
Yeah. It's just the solution to everything for Sembia. It's just like fucking.
It is what they got. They got a lot of money, and they like using it. Another thing they have is some influence. Now, how to use that exactly? They can't really reach over here easily.
The
Yes,
Centauri will live.
Have influenced them in the past to just go nuts,
okay.
and they're happy to just let that stand. They're not gonna.
Yeah,
I think Sembia's not done necessarily, but for now at least they're fine. Then we have the Cult of Asmodeus. Have been dethroned, not too happy about it. They are really just here to hurt the dragons, and they're beginning to find that this is only tangentially, if in any way, hurting the dragons. Now, they were set up a while ago by a group of heroes who are now dead. They live within Westgate. I'm sure I killed them. So they're really only here, sort of very. I mean, they also just like power and control, whatnot. So they'll continue for now, and we'll try to sway the Seeker, because you know what, the Fire Knives, they're kind of goody two shoes. Maybe the Seeker could join up with the Call of Asmodeus, and together they could switch sides and become friends and make sort of a wicked evil mageocracy in Westgate. That would be fun, right? Maybe there's even more like mages around that could join something like Mage City of Hell. Because maybe the Seeker, I'll explain the reasoning to you because you're players. It's more interesting that way. Maybe the Seeker, Hell thinks, could be nudged in the way to ally up with the Red Wizards without the Cult of Asmodeus having to ask them to.
I don't like that.
And in that way, they could come here too, and you could have Seeker, Asmodeus cult, and Red Wizards also joining together to rule Westgate. That might be good too. So that's what they're going to try to accomplish. So they want to sway. Just open my PDF. Be sure I get all this right.
I hate them so much.
Asmodeus cult.
I'm so conflicted.
They just want to.
I love D&D Hell, but not when they're against me.
Yeah, well, you could just join them. They'd be happy to have you.
I would
They don't
have
know
if
about
they
you. They're not here for you.
think
They
they
don't
owed my
know that
soul.
they're here for you.
No.
So let's see some influence and treasure. 2 things they're pretty decent. That's a double 2 though. Seeker, is he particularly interested in being influenced? I think, given that he doesn't know what he's being influenced to, I think he'd say no, thank you. He's actually not that hard to sway. Oh, no, he doesn't.
Well, he is. Thank God.
Well, you know what? They can try again.
No.
And get double 9s.
Yes.
And he will be influenced by them. Because he doesn't actually care that deep. He's only one guy. So that means then that Call of Asmodeus will flip their allegiance away from the people that you don't want them to follow to join another person you don't want them. Well, I don't know. Maybe you do want them. There we go. Now they're green.
Yeah, it's fine.
They're friends now with the purple masks and the Seeker. That's really what they wanted this turn. They just wanted to find someone else to cozy up with, because Fire Knife's lost. They're not really that cool. Then we have the Centaur. They're currently told to just go nuts. So that's what they'll do. We have one.
Can I ask one of my questions now?
Oh yeah.
I need to know the situations in the Centaur specifically so that I can influence them to not target me.
All right. This year, like 3 lieutenants have been changed out of 4 different companies. It is an absolute mess. There's no central leadership, and whenever there is, they very quickly die. It is so very Roman in its constant removal and creation of leadership. Sometimes people come from the outside too, from other like bits of the Centaurum to join or relieve or command, and then it's a royal mess. You can influence them, sure. So it's difficult.
I really
stop
want. Huh?
It's difficult though, because they're going to try to stop you.
Yeah, I know. Are they unified now?
No. They're completely.
Oh, thank God. So that they don't get their whole. God,
they do. They're unified in attacking other people, but they still are not acting rationally in any way. If they did, they would try to take over the city, most definitely.
So, is it the same role for me to try and influence them to not attack me, or direct their attack?
So here's how it currently works. They roll a d12. There's only 11 other factions. So if they roll a 12, the person they're currently targeting. Currently, they're targeting the Sleepers Council because the Sleeper Council is targeting them, essentially. So currently, this is what's happening. Which means that there's double chance of them attacking that. I'd let you influence them to either remove yourself from the list or add someone else to be that special targeting. Like you can try to direct them in some way. It might backfire. You can try to just stay out of their way.
But the problem is that even if I remove myself, the captain counts can still be hit.
Yes.
But I mean, it's basically the same.
You could remove the captain's council, be a real bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hate being good. I'm not made to be good. I'm a black dragon. I mean, they were real bros to me last time. You know what?
I'm sure. Yeah.
I saved my ass. Well, I don't know. I feel like I.
Use a D12. I mean, there's a small chance that you'll be the target, right?
Yes, but I don't like dice. It's a weird game to play, but I don't have much luck with dice.
All right.
Fuck it. I'll try and. I want to direct them so bad.
Sure, try it.
All right, I'll try
They
that.
might not go for it, but they might also go for it.
Yeah, you know. Oh my god, they're gonna kick me in the ass. All right, so influence is.
You want to do influence plus treasure.
Okay.
Now, you know from the past that it's pretty hard to influence the Centaurum.
I wonder if it's not just better to use my resources somewhere else, but
It might well be. At least you know that they have a greater intelligence network than you do.
yeah, you're right. I think I'll not do that. I guess.
All right. Do you want to roll me D12 then?
No, I don't, but I will. Because blame the game.
Well, I guess they're going for the night masks.
Oh, well,
That-
that's what I wanted. That's good.
The folks who were just risen up to be in charge.
Yeah, and suddenly they find that a couple of mages.
That was what I was gonna do. I mean,
probably mages who are like followers of Bane and who don't want them there because maybe they actually helped kick them out to begin with, right? Yeah, so they will do an attack against the night masks. Double sevens. Night masks obviously will want to protect themselves. They have allies, but those allies are not going to just step in the way right now. This is not a blow they would want to take either. So it's a preemptive attack probably. So hard punch in the gut. As the news will be basically that the Centaurum went into a night masks, like they took over like a place, right? They don't have a hideout at this point. And then they thoroughly just murdered everyone in there and then left. Would you give me another D12?
I thought they only rolled once.
They won, so
The Centaurum is not stopped just because you're a vampire. As it turns out, they can resolve that.
4.
Well, that's demarked.
Well,
oh, ass.
here they come. Yeah, they're just going to go and stomp around. They're big brutish. They're not really doing anything but acting aggressively. So, that's a failure. Look at you. They show up, and maybe the
we
mark,
weren't there.
having considered it, yeah.
We were just not there. We were like, nah, we heard it, and we would just move.
No, I mean, you were aware of them.
Yeah,
it's like the Black Dragon's been so paranoid that like, as soon as a whiff of like they're coming, boom.
Yeah.
And then, of course, they will strike at. Well, actually, the sleepers haven't done anything yet, and when they fail an attack, they generally calm down a bit. So we'll have them hang out for now until someone does something. The Seeker. All right, Seeker actually kind of got what they wanted. They want more allies. At the moment, they want a stronger block because these guys are kind of weak. The Seeker himself is strong personally, but he doesn't really have much of a network. And now with Call of Asmodeus here, that's actually a pretty decent faction, but he wants more allies. Now, the Blue Sun Guild is here. I guess he'll try to see if he can recruit them into his faction. Get some slavers on board.
Who the fuck are the Blue Sun?
They do
The Blue Sun Guild used to be on the coast here, north of Elversville.
Yeah.
And they've recently relocated because a Cormyrian expedition is moving in, and Cult of the Dragon has really drawn attention to themselves.
Yeah, and they like to work, quietly. So they came to Westgate. There seems to be a place where you can win everything. So,
It's the slavers. I see.
yeah, they're slavers.
Yes.
Well, the seeker will try to Oh God, actually, he really got his influence damaged by the. Maybe he's just okay with just having
Maybe
most of
he just sleeps for now.
Asmodean friends right now. Maybe just pass him for now because he actually is not going to succeed if he tries to
Maybe
recruit.
Asmodeus called him as well just to prove their loyalty.
Yeah, maybe maybe they need to, he likes to wait until he can win. This is not actually something he cares deeply about, after all. The Fire
feel like
Knight
everyone here does.
wants to get the Night Masks out of the way.
I can get behind that. Seems reasonable.
The Blue Sun Guild, I mean. They're not really. Komi is very much not into slavery. No. What are you going to do? You're going to wield the big stick that Komi didn't actually manage to give you, so I guess they don't have a big stick right now. Of them.
But they had it for a little bit.
Yeah, but now they're alone all of a sudden because their allies left.
If they were
And the-
anybody else, I might
maybe this is just not their year. Maybe they need that Cormyrian help to be alone against the world, or at least they're going to wait for a more opportune time for now. Maybe the enemies will be weakened at some point. They'll rest a little bit here.
I mean,
The Sleepers Council wants revenge on the Centaurm. Oh boy, that isn't that a goal. So, they will gather up their people, mercenaries, to go beat up the Centaurm because this is the fight that's important right now.
They feel really hard about that, don't they?
They do. Yeah, they. I mean, this is important. You don't just come after them.
See, but they need to understand that in Westgate, the Centaurm does whatever the fuck they want to do.
Yeah, well, they don't agree with that. They're not okay with it. They're going to spend a little bit of time here just gathering up their followers. They're terrible followers. As Getra is not having it. He usually just chills, but no, this is not okay. And then he will go and try to devour some members of the Centaurm. It's a double 1 success. Centaurm will, of course, defend itself.
No, Igrims, I desperately want to be friends with the behemoth. Like
I'm talking to the viewers. It doesn't have to all be about you.
I was gonna say, like I know where I'm dumping all
This
the
is an
bodies.
internationally syndicated role-playing show that is beamed out to millions.
Millions of billions.
As sorry, I just lost it. An internationally syndicated role playing show.
Yes, I was gonna put that in the title.
Yeah, must be. The Centaurm get lost back. I guess an angry beholder is quite something to rouse.
Right.
Does he feel satisfied? Let's flip a coin. Does he feel satisfied with that?
Oh, please, guess what? Don't.
No, he does not feel satisfied. There will be blood in the water. Millions must fall for his vengeance to be. And you know what? Maybe he will take over the Centaur. Maybe he needs to do a Zenithar and just become them. Maybe that's what he wants to do. Oh boy. Okay, yeah. Centaurm is not liking that. That is actually hurting them quite a bit.
Whew.
They're actually hurting them a lot given their current situation. Ow. As not only does he kill the ones he can find, he begins. The Sleeves Council here, break into the Centaurm armory. They have basically like a fort and then they sack it. And they don't leave. They keep killing all of them they find, then hunting down the patrols, then grabbing their equipment and throwing it all in the harbor. After which they set fire to the Centaurum's fort, stomping around.
So good. Ah.
Having taken some of their power, actually. And you know what? Are they on a roll? Are they on a roll? I'll give him another D2. Should he push his luck? That's how you die. He'll hold here for now, but he's not done with them.
Well, I mean, he is a beholder.
As the Centaurum is heavily weakened in their might and such. They might actually have to just try to pull on their money here a bit to see if they can recover a bit, so they don't stand in too weak of position.
They have money.
They switch some power around here too.
The Centaurum also an internationally syndicated.
Yes. If only they had leadership that was coherent, then they could do things. They used to be so mighty, like a realm-sized threat, and now they're just disintegrating.
By the hands of a beholder.
Yeah. No, you don't want to be at the mercy of a beholder. I think the Sleepers Council, unless they get influenced to something, they're done for now. There's a mouthful. Yes, he's fed. Then we have Desir. Desir also wants to help people. Now they're allies of the of Sembia, so they kind of want to help the Order of the Basilisk as well. That's something that they want to do. So they will see if they can send them some. Things they don't really need it. So you know what, Mark, you help them too. Why don't you try? They'll try to see if they can get you some money. Oh,
Yeah.
can they?
Yes.
Take a +1 to money.
From those council members that put in there doing the Lord's work.
The Lord.
Beyond that, you know what? They will try to influence the Blue Sun Guild to go help the Order of the Basilisk. Well, that's
yeah, don't care about that. Oh God, they do it.
That's pretty good. I don't even think the Blue Sun Guild will stop that, so we'll just make these guys magenta as well. They're not really in there yet, but now they have a little help from Tazir, just sending a little bit of care packages.
Maybe they can get food.
Slavery's not so bad if it's in Westgate, right?
Slaver care packages. I'm done.
It's a kind of merchant.
So done.
Does it and they're successful. You know, it's
I'm just thinking of the care package I received as a college freshman, and now stylizing a slaver going, oh boy,
fresh manacle. Wow.
Unbreakable.
Chloroform by the leader.
No.
Yeah. Cormier's not happy, but then again, I mean, that's the whole point. That's what Sembia's doing here. They're just trying to make Cormier unhappy. Really. As long as Cormier's doing this stuff, they're not messing with him.
This is why we have worked together.
Right. The Night Masks need to grow more powerful and strong. Their current goal is to annex a smaller, weaker target. Now, their initial target was the Purple Masks, because actually the Purple Masks, if you took them out, they're not that strong, but now they also have the Cult of Asmodeus. So the Night Masks will, they'll ask if please maybe the Night Masters would get moved, which I think the Night Masters, yeah, sure, do that. Let's attack and weaken the Cult of Asmodeus. That seems like a relevant thing to do. So they will do so. That's an absolute failure. That is a double 5, which maybe the cult is not strong defense. Oh well, no, they get told to go home.
Right. Hell knew what was coming.
Yeah.
Somehow. How does Hell know these things?
Yeah, they attack, but the cult. They meet maybe like a bearded devil with a halberd and such, and Night Masters ever are demon worshippers, so. Night Masks themselves got punched pretty hard by the Centaurum before the Centaurum fell in hard times. They actually don't really have a lot of soldiers. They'll take this chance to try to recruit some, which to them means turn some thralls, right? just for defensive purposes, really. But yeah, I think beyond that, they're happy to just sit. They don't have to next on turn right now. Next turn, they'll get the city guard if need be.
Manikai.
Yes.
Who was it? The Night Masks that attacked me, or was it the Masters?
Masters.
Okay, well,
You want to destroy them, I say.
yes. I see no reason not to do that while they're weak. I'll talk with my my captain's council buddies and tell them that I I think that that they should be on top, and I'm willing to support them.
The captain's council usually doesn't agree about anything and keep bickering whenever you meet with them. It's basically like the 9 most influential captains and admirals
Yeah.
in the city, and they never agree on anything, all of them. Meetings of what to do usually end with like half of them storming out and the other half screaming and yelling that if someone else doesn't want to commit fully, then they won't either. And that's really their problem. They're actually not a weak faction, but the reason they're not stronger is because they just can never agree to actually do like the same thing. That said, they pretty much all agree that yeah, they should be on top. And then
Yes, and I think that
they
we
can
should
fight about it then.
start by taking out the Night Mask's allies, specifically the Night Masters, who have weakened.
Yeah, okay, yeah, they're into it.
Yeah, let's go.
Then they will attack the Night Masters. However,
me too.
seeing the situation, the Rippers will step in to defend.
Okay. Well, that is their.
The Captain's Council will go first. Tell you what. No,
Oh.
blam. That is harsh. You know what? The Rippers won't defend for that. Nightmaster can just take that on the chin. They see that and go,
They're
nah.
like, they're
It's too
standing there
fast and too
ready, and then they just like look at each other, and then the gates open. Like, well,
yeah, basically.
that's not my problem.
There's too much.
Oh,
Maybe there was
wow.
like one of the Captain's Council. They have like
Okay.
a flying ship. One of the companies, the 5 companies, is like going over there to kick some ass. And
Flying ship.
they're currently most people in this guild war is doing preemptive strikes, which means that they're attacking to just destroy like might basically. And the Night Masters do take some severe damage to it, enough that they
Good.
will.
Well, I mean, I will also attack.
Yeah. What are
Then
you attacking?
the Night Masters, of course.
Yes, but what's your goal? Do you want to what do you want to damage basically? You can raid them, try to take their land. You can try to destroy their sovereignty.
Well, raiding doesn't like. Yeah, I think if I want to destroy them, you want sovereignty and something else, right?
Yeah. You want to do either sovereignty or treasury or territory, and one other stat to permanent 0. Then they can.
And so the captain counts raids, right? That's all they do.
No, here they attack to just kill a bunch of them.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I know it's not usually their MO, but
yeah, I know. I'm like, what? What? What
but
did
they
they
actually
do?
believe that they're one of the richer factions in this city right now. So
Okay. Well,
I might
I'll
take a
raid
raid
then.
You'll raid?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah, the Ripper's gonna try to prep. Maybe they're gonna stop and help.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, with a raised sort of necrotic, mind flare eyebrow and say, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" There's not personal. It's just you have different interests right now. They get it.
Oof.
There's
That's
like
a
a
fail.
so you just reduce one of your
Yeah.
treasury or might by 1, and then
That's not great.
as if nothing happened, right?
It's as if nothing
Right,
happened.
another attack. Maybe you meet some like Centauran patrols or something.
Oh wait. No.
Or you go into the wrong hideout and kill some other nameless gang that's too small to be on here, but definitely is involved. Like we can imagine like 6 dozen like other
Yeah.
tiny ones who just sort of fighting in the street. Right?
You know, their banner is like a black circle with like an inner purple. Like,
It's
okay,
different shade.
whatever. Yeah, they got the banner. Just like, oh hey, it's a nice color. You should take that. I gotta. I mean, this is gonna be a little sucky. All right. Well, I'll try and raise my treasure.
Okay. How?
Well, using influence and territory. Can I do that? Oh wait, it's always sovereignty, isn't it? I cannot remember. Let's see here.
Influence and sovereignty.
Yeah.
Sovereignty is not great right now. People.
No, I was just looking at that. I was like, maybe not.
Well, you can always reduce influence, right?
Yeah, that's true. I'll do that because I get +2 dice.
From your asset.
So that's
Yeah,
6 dice. Like that's good.
it's good.
Yeah. Sovereignty's still a bit rough after incorporating the smugglers who are like, I never asked for this. Is there like
Yeah.
Guild War in Westgate, and maybe they're
I
not
did
super
it.
happy about it.
Oh
Was it
well,
better back then? I don't know. Oh God.
guess it's not their
You did
choice.
it.
So
Yeah.
I did it.
Take -1 to sovereignty or influence and +1 to treasure.
Influence, definitely.
Remember when we had control over Redwater? Those were the times.
Nightmasters are gonna do. They're gonna hire mercenaries.
The margin is a big shut the fuck up.
Two.
They all together. I don't like that. Stay down. I'm not done attacking.
Sure, go ahead.
Uh,
I wouldn't have to do multiple things while you do things, but while you gather strength, they'll have time to do it too.
yeah, sure. Now,
Yes.
Now,
I'm just trying to think whether the Cicatrix would get involved herself.
Of course you would.
There's always... Huh?
Of course you would, right? See it done. You want them destroyed.
yeah.
I do want them destroyed,
Okay.
and it's like if if they wanted to tell me, there's already one of the factions that could.
If
Yes.
Manikai wasn't going to compel you, I was going to.
Okay, well,
Take an essence to do it, or pay one and don't.
is my essence is on my dragon token?
Yes, it is, and it's right down here.
Okay, so let's look at
Your
it.
fort.
You
could
have
go
an essence of one.
Yes, I need one so that
You
when
could pay
someone
that.
compels me to do something absolutely stupid,
Right, so you can either spend that one right now or take one and get involved.
yeah, I'll take one. I'll take one and get involved, and I'll
Yeah,
use it
personally.
immediately.
Go fight.
Hmm.
Yeah, go fight.
I will.
That's a lot of dice. And you're attacking. You're raiding them.
Yes.
Yeah, the Rippers look at that. You know what? This Nightmaster's money. What do we care? Yeah, they're not going to defend. And Nightmasters, can they defend? Not really. So you could just you run in there and you beat them up and take their money.
Great.
Yeah, they
So
do some wealth.
I lose one and gain one.
Yeah.
That's basically how
So
it
it
works.
cancels out.
Great. Well, I'll do it again.
Of course, your next roll, of course, will not have the
Yeah,
benefit
yes.
of
No,
the
no.
She just basically run in there, like grab a bunch of the stuff, and again, the Nightmares beginning to notice that their allies here are not stepping. No one's really. Oh boy.
Wait, was that? That was 7. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, they're just gonna let that happen.
No, I want to be very clear that we're not doing our usual like, oh, maybe it's us. No, these people attacked us because we were like, no, I'm not sure we want to ally with you. So now,
Attacking them, striking them. Yeah, the Rippers are gonna let that go through too. And I mean, the Nightmasters are not in a position to stop.
well,
you.
I mean, I'm not going to stop until it doesn't sustain itself at least.
All right, I can tell you it won't anymore, but you might permanently reduce their markup.
Great.
Oh boy!
What a lightning strike of threes.
Oh, okay, that is harsh. You have a lot of dice there. Oh, well, yeah, no, you permanently kick some of their money out because that is fast. Like the Rivers were like, okay, now we actually have to get serious. They really begin to damage our allies here, but then you already did. So
I did with a 4 3s and 2
I don't know,
1s.
yeah, there's no way.
Yeah,
that they
the Rippers organize at noon, like, okay, we got to go support. Like,
Come
it's
on.
too late.
Oh, Oh, they already had. They had don't have
Oh,
any. So at this
shit.
point, basically, you're not just destroying. You're not just stealing from them. You're actively like finding their rackets and like their sort of their protection money places, and you're breaking them so that they can't
Good.
have money in the future either
Good. So
because they don't have any money.
great. So that's what I can do now, yes?
You could keep going if you want. You're just not gonna get any more money from them because they
No,
don't
but
have.
I'll destroy their chance of getting money in the future.
Oh yes, yeah. You'll
Well,
break it.
it's not great.
More threes.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like
Yeah, well, I mean, the defense the Rippers had against the last one will be here now. No,
no, it will not.
unfortunately,
Oh,
you're on a roll here.
Ah.
It's dangerous in casinos.
First, you swat the Zentarum aside by not being there, and now this.
We know where you were in the Nightmaster's house.
It's true. It wasn't even a clever devised plan. It was just we were just there.
Yeah, the clerics of Sirik are like, where are they? And meanwhile, the camera pans over.
Pick everything up. We're going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ow. That's sad for them. And the Rippers even got damaged trying to protect them. But
How are the Captain Council? Do they
they
feel
feel
like
good.
maybe?
They're ready. If you want more death from their side, they're ready to dish it out.
Yes,
Honestly.
please do, because I'm starting to, I don't
Alright,
want
is
to
the
open
plan
myself
to-
up to be
Is the plan
murderer.
to just try to destroy them?
Yes.
Because they can certainly try, but
I mean,
that will
we still
probably
need
cost
to
the
sustain
resources.
some power, right? It's like, let's damage them, because then we're damaging the top.
Sure. I mean, at this point, they want to begin going for sovereignty, honestly, because
No, I'm not stopping anyone.
the Captain Council doesn't want to annex anything. They live on their boats mainly. They're not gonna. So it's gonna be symbolic here. They're gonna try to get him for that. So we'll attack. That is a really good strike. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Want to waste
5 dice?
and then they're gonna try again. That's a no. So
That's fair.
attack. They try. They strike. They do good. Let's try to call some loans. You know what? Let's call some loans. No. Okay. Well, no one wants to
No,
go
I
to
think
the
it's gonna
pirates
happen.
anyway.
Yeah.
They're not super influential, really.
That might have been enough to scare the Nightmasters out of the city if they had anywhere else to go.
They don't. They don't have anywhere else to go. That's the sad.
Yeah. I'm just thinking now whether it's
Whether you
it's
should
worth.
commit hard. I feel like
Yeah, but
it's your chance, right? Think about it. They're going to heal next time so much, right?
I gotta, right? I gotta.
Of course, you
But
could
I'm not-
wait until the other factions have gone, but
Yeah. I might.
I mean that's
I
fair
might.
game, I would
Yeah.
say.
Yeah.
You could wait.
So, like,
You could wait until
so-
winter. Otherwise, if you weaken yourself too much, they might go after you instead.
Yeah, exactly. Thinking about wounds a little bit here.
Mhm. Yeah. All right. Because the order of the
If one of
battle
the Methodist wants to do the job, I think.
they want to take over the Night
Yeah.
Master. They don't want to integrate anyone because they don't want any of these plebes to be on their side, really. They just want
Understand.
to rule the city in sort of a. Yeah. I mean, they're basically the kind of people who might do well at it. Scrupulous nobles. So no, yeah, I mean, they let me just refresh myself on covert attacks being what stats we're using for that because that's really what they're better at than outright attacks.
Might and
Unconventional
influence.
might and influence. So is that something they would like to do? Could be, but I think actually they're pretty hubristic right now, given the amount of stuff they got from Sembia successfully. So they'll just try a frontal attack to begin with. They're pretty good at that right now because they have a lot of money. They have all the bling. That might actually be an attack with like purchased constructs or something like that at that point.
Yeah, of course, the Gentlemen's Club would be like, "Well, we'll be fine today."
Let us go hunt vampires, my friends. The greatest game of all.
It's like with our new steel golem. Ah!
Dragon steel golem. and the steel golem strikes. The Rippers now that's defend. They think that maybe they could stop them, and at this point they kind of want to try. No.
This dapper fellow with a monocle, just like riding like a steel golem, rapier out in hand,
Little pony. Yes.
snifter of brandy in the other hand.
Yeah, so they will slap the Night Mask in the face and kill like a bunch of them. Really hurt these. At this point, Night Mask is thinking maybe actually it's not worth it to stay up here. They've lost a lot, but then again, if they can just get the guild, the city guard on their side, that's like a whole nother faction. But Order of the Basilisk kind of wants to take over, and you do that by just beating them up enough. And you know what? Maybe the Captain's Council mark, maybe they wouldn't be so opposed to the Order of the Basilisk. They don't really feel like anyone's super opposed to them. They just, except of course for the Captain's Council saying that they don't want them because they don't want to have to give Sembian ships like a free harbor.
No.
They kind of want.
I mean, that's not the official. It's like we want to collect taxes from everyone equally, but it's really like we want to raid.
Ah, so Order of the Basilisk will try to show their superiority to the Night Masks, which is embarrassing because these guys are human mainly. So let's see if they can do a symbolic attack here with all of their money. So much money. They do. Again, not super good. So River's here. Can't really stop that. They'll have to take a turn to reduce. So they'll just go through. Still, just go. Throwing money at the problem has never worked better. Rivers here needs something at this point. Things are not going so well for them. They need to actually hire some mercenaries. And then that. Good at that, in fact. They're very fanatic. And then these guys just gonna do it again. I mean, screw that, right? No, that's a no. Well, that was the fun. Now they're out of Sembian money. Now they have to spend their own money. That's a lot less fun.
No. It is. I know.
Yeah. Oh my! Now we have to spend my own money. Just
They had so much of that.
unpleasant. They do have a lot of money, yes, but they just don't really want to. They have allies coming in. They have the Blue Sun Guild, and you know what? There's probably others who want to get the Night Masks. So. The Purple Masks thought they were going to get attacked horribly, but no one has. So they're actually okay with that. Their whole actions are defended on trying to protect themselves. So for now, they're okay. Night Masters are not really in a spot to do what they planned, which was attack and take over the Purple Masks. Neither are the Rippers, who want to do the same thing. Actually, maybe they are. But is there another faction that they could attack that is more weakened? I mean, that would be the Captain's Council.
Well, then I'll have to defend my bros.
So the Rippers will come. You have attacked them, and the first thing they'll do
I have not attacked them.
Well, you know, that'll have to change. You've been killing their allies, and they can't seem to catch you in defense. So maybe they'll go and they'll just like send you a letter that says like, "Hey, no offense, but we're gonna have to cull your numbers a bit. Not personal, just you have too many people, and we want to kill a bunch of them." So
they're attacking me and not the Captain Council?
They'll attack you first with a preemptive defense, trying to reduce your might.
What is preempt? I'm not attack them anymore.
Yeah, you know, it's a late preemptive attack. They should have done this yesterday. And right now, they haven't actually had to defend anyone because they've just let all the attacks go through. So they're feeling pretty good about themselves. Here, these two. I'm gonna put them on the board so you can remember who they are. These two guys here.
No, yeah, I remember them.
Yeah. Those will come for you. Let's see here. They have a total of 7 dice.
Oof.
As a double 6 and double 1s. Do you want to defend, or do you want to just take a temporary loss of might?
I'll take a temporary loss of might. That's not
okay. Then they'll do it again.
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you want to defend against 2 5s?
God, fucking yes. I have like 4 dice.
Yeah. Or do you want to just take the temporary loss? The risk, of course, being that you could take 2.
What? Why would I take 2?
Because if you defend and fail, you not only spend 1 to defend,
No,
but also
yeah,
lost.
I know. And the likelihood is that I will. So take it. It's just it has to be might.
Yes, because that's what they're attacking. They're basically attacking and just like finding your weapons and breaking them and like finding your people and
Smashing
just
my fucking weapons.
killing them. They're
Assholes.
taking your stuff and then smashing all of it. So
Well, it's 4 dice for you, but of course you are a dragon, and so you just get involved for an extra die. You know, you eat a ripper.
you could.
Yeah, I really don't like just taking it. I don't like it.
Because if you just keep taking it, then like, oh, they really are
Yeah,
going
then
to
I
defend
can't-
themselves, so they just keep you kicking you shit down.
Yeah, you're right. You're
It was
right.
like you were just on the other side of that equation.
So defending is
Territory and might.
okay. That's 5 dice.
Yeah, 5 dice. Beat a pair of 5s.
Rough, but you know what? We'll try.
5 dice is pretty good.
Hmm?
5 dice is not bad.
Yeah. Oof.
That is a
No.
success, but a failure to defend. I should take
Yeah.
the. You can reduce your territory by 1 instead of might, of course, if you want to keep a buffer.
Yeah.
With that done, they would like to try to. That really went pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that.
Else is threatening their supremacy.
The orders
Fine.
of basilisk.
Fine knives are. Yeah, they're all good fine, but they don't like the fine knives much. And they really want to they want blue team to stay on top this round.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's their current goal.
I don't know that the fire knives are threatening them
They
though.
will
But,
attack the fire knives to kill their people. Fire knives will try to
but they do it
defend.
very well.
They won't be killed.
Lord.
The fire knives will take damage. Which makes the Rippers feel a little safer in their control here.
I mean, they're doing good. Like,
I mean, basically what they're doing is they're infiltrating with intellect devourers, and that's a good start to any situation like that.
yeah, just brain
And then
sucking.
yeah, attack the basilisks for. Let's raid the basilisk. Honestly, they have so much money, so that makes sense. Gonna see if we can get some. No, that's a no. Okay.
Probably should have started with that, Rippers.
Yeah, in retrospect, that might have been smart. They didn't think they were. They're very emotionally controlled.
They did.
Right.
Look for the undead? Huh.
Yeah, you wouldn't think.
You know?
Totally calculated. All right. Then, if nothing else, it's the Blue Sun who will move on to the map. I need to make some more room for them. You guys can here. Then you can. You down here. So it needs to be bigger. There we go. That'll do.
You designed the circle to be larger for the factions and still ran out of room for the factions.
Yeah, it's what it is, I guess. All right. Well, that is then everyone having had a chance to go. Is everyone happy with how the situation is?
I mean, happy is a very strong word.
Because the Order of the Basilisk is not happy.
Oh,
And
yeah.
we'll come to the Marked and the Captain's Council. Just, you know what? Let's run ourselves ragged trying to beat up the Night Masks and the others. Let's get them out of here. And they're willing to do it if you're willing to help them become the leader.
Now I'm looking to the capsule. Like
Yeah, but they would suggest that's not going to happen, though. Basically, it's a no. But that is not really a thing that's going to happen. Not really. Now, we could either work together to place Awesome Tub, which most people seem fine with, or we could allow these vampires to gain control of the city council and the city militia.
at this point, I would like to just show them my fucking trashed plate. Like, I feel like I have already done a lot to try. I really don't have a lot to give right now. Like, you know?
So if we help you, but we really want to be on top, though. That's the thing.
Understandably.
And you don't want the night masks. I mean, even if we take the spot, I mean, this is just a temporary thing. You might take it from us. You know, you might ask it against us next year or something. That's perfectly understandable. It's just right now we should try to.
What would they have me do? Like what?
Attack.
I have no more resources.
That's okay.
I would have like 2 dice. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not.
But you've been so successful.
Yes, I have. And then the Reapers came and fucking murderized. Stole all my weapons.
That's a problem then.
Yeah, I know. I'm very upset about it.
Because you see, they are out of Sembian money.
Yeah,
So they would have to apply themselves. And they don't really want to. So
no, that's fair.
it would be much better if the city guard, because they feel like there's a pretty strong alliance up here right now, and if they got the city council,
I feel it.
You know, that would be.
You know what? I hear the Code of Asmodeus has a lot of money.
It's true.
I just feel like they're talking to the wrong people. We have already spent our resources.
But you could spend more. Right?
No, I mean.
Okay, well, maybe he's backing up the wrong tree. That's also okay. That's also.
No, it's just like no, like no offense, but like our like if he went to our places, he would see that it's fucking trashed.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, the Seeker doesn't really want these guys on top, but the thing is, none of his 3 allies are really good at just attacking people. It's not what they do. But he'll try. He'll try anyway. Let me just remind myself what his thing. Okay, no, the Seeker himself only really applies himself when it's about Vecna, or he's defending, because he doesn't want people, like, if people attack him, he gets annoyed. So his faction right now is not him. It's just, like, what he can gather. He'll try to symbolically attack the Night Masks. Just see if he can dislodge. No, it doesn't work. He can't dislodge them. Seems like most people have been running out of steam.
No, but like it's not like one attack would do it, right? Like
that's the thing, right? It would have to be everyone, but no one wants to be the person who weakens themselves just to make someone else win.
Well, I fucking did. So these motherfuckers.
Well, best they'll try it. You know what? They can show. They still have a little bit to go. Okay. Well, I mean that could work. In fact, given that they're attacking first symbolically, that'll pass right through. As they hunt down like a vampire and like stake him publicly or something.
Yeah, do it.
Laughing about how wealthy they are and how all these plebes can't even understand. Because none of their own people have died. They spent Sembian mercenaries for anything that lost. So a delicious, wonderful hunt. All right, then this looks like where we will leave Westgate for now.
Viewers, I hope you've enjoyed the past hour brought to you by the city of Westgate.
Yes.
It's a mess. See, the problem is that I want to bash someone, but then they're gonna take action against me. Like, I just have so many dice.
So I guess at this point, we enter a new year.
Yes. It's a new year,
and we have dragons that can do things. Just waiting for Westgate.
Yeah, so I can delete all this immediately.
Any non-permanent damage. And then I think we might change our perspective a little bit to the other dragon.
Yes.
Please.
Genius plan they have made.
What are we feeling?
I think that Remonfair and the Dragonfane have a very specific goal in mind, one that the faction cannot accomplish, but maybe the faction can assist in getting some more information. Specifically, I know that there's Thunderbirds and Evil Fog and Cloud Giants and all those things, but the big guy with the bow, who was probably one of the largest challenges in actually scouting up there, was removed, so maybe that might actually be successful. The idea is to just send the skin wings perhaps as high as they can basically go without being eaten, to figure out like the general layout, the basically anything that they can find out. Really, I can't suggest what they might find out because I don't know. But send with them like one of the shamans too, to see the magical side of things and just try to find out as much as possible without getting eaten by thunderbirds.
I can tell you that Thunderbirds won't be a problem if you're going for the cloud, for the area called Sky here. The Thunderbirds, the two that are currently around, seem to hang around the higher mountain.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
It is possible that that the cloud giants don't have control of them.
Well, isn't that just nifty?
They seem to be guarding the higher place.
What are they guarding?
Yeah.
The Storm Giant area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, hierarchy.
So I think that would be like staying informed, being informed.
Yeah, I can see that. We're going to say there's a minimum difficulty here of 3. You need to get at least 3 to get some.
At least 3. Okay.
Pair 3, right?
Influence and sovereignty, not exactly the Dragonfane's strong suit, but it's...
Currently, there is no hierarchy opposing you, so
yeah.
It's just if you could do it.
Let's see, double 10s. Okay.
Yes, you can. You can get up there. So let's say first and foremost about it. It is actually not a very big place. The top of these mountains, the peaks, are not like there's not that many of them. It's sort of 1 or 2 very tall spires that have a lot of walkways built, excellently built, I might add, around them. No railings exist, and mostly the inside areas are in large vaulted rooms that are sort of with big open spaces. Not a lot of anything protecting from the elements. It doesn't really rain up here. It's just always the sort of cloudy moisture, wet air. Yeah, there is air elementals floating around sometimes. They seem to just naturally enjoy the place. And it is likely that the cloud giants can command them more than they actually summon them. They might just be around. They see that there is a garden area that has recently been pillaged, pretty much. With the 10s there, I'll say they even might get close enough to just. I mean, again, it's really hard to see through the clouds, right? But they might even, and I think that might actually be an interesting little view of what Velignith would do if he saw like a Lizardman shaman on the back of one of these skin wings fly past.
What he would do?
Yeah, after it's been, I don't even know how many years.
Perhaps get a bit of a larger smile as he just continues sitting there patiently. He knows someone is going to come for him eventually.
Mm-hmm. As perhaps we can just give him a little scene. We've seen the cage before. Want to see it? It's in the Giants Road Mountains, but he might also not be feeling great because the cloud giant regent has been visiting him more often these days. The first thing she did when she began these more recent visits was to apologize to him. She stated that she's normally a very collected person. I don't act irrationally or emotionally ever. I'm a very logical being, you see. But I must apologize because recent events have not gone my way, you see, and I must admit that I feel somewhat upset over it. I felt as a bit as if maybe some of the choices I've done weren't great ones. And I will admit that the temptation to take it out on you is quite strong. Since that apology, his diet has been modified to include all sorts of nasty things. Not gross as such, but plants he certainly weren't offered before, and it doesn't seem that the regent here is entirely sure of what effect they might have on him. As it happens, though, when you eat rare and alchemical plants, mostly the combinations are not good. As such, not only is he currently feeling weak and sluggish and ill-fed, he's also just feeling nauseous, constantly given food that is not right for him. Maybe sometimes he has to throw up over the side. It is a bad time, essentially like a slow poisoning continuously.
I can tell you, Veliknev would intentionally attempt to make as big of a mess as possible and not throw it over the mountain.
Okay, so when the skin wind moves past, they can report later that Relicus is living in absolute squalor. Horrible treatment, just filthy.
You would make sure that all this smelly stuff wafts into the entire place as much as possible. It's their own fault.
Yeah. It's someone else's job, and that person is probably dead, so, yeah. Beyond that, I will give you the news because of your people that they fly around pretty unharassed until at one point one of them is almost knocked out of the air by a powerful blow of wind. There is not many giants up there. They believe it might even be possible to, though they couldn't really stay hidden for a while, their forays up there they've been able to get pretty close without actually being discovered. It seems whoever was keeping guard is also not there.
Okay.
Do you have any additional questions or anything particular I might have not informed you of?
Few giants, few just guardians in general.
They saw at least one giant.
At least one, okay.
At least one. It's hard for them to tell if it's the same one. They didn't want to get close.
That's fair
Pretty
enough.
much when they saw the giant, they left or bailed.
I think that's good enough.
Okay. All right.
And Rowanville will relay that information to Emmy via the stones as well. Just, as a side note, by the way.
Maybe Zuri leaders here will reply that if no one's a guard up there anymore, then that might be enough time for us to fly up there quick and see if we can get that cage down the fucking mountain.
Oh.
We can fuss about getting him out of the prison if we can move that prison.
Just collapse it down.
I do like, just in general for most things, solutions that involve collapsing part or entire mountains.
Yeah, like, I suggested it only half-jokingly, the idea of just tunneling beneath the cloud giant peak and causing the fucking thing. Like, they might be able to walk on clouds, but the shit they've built can certainly fall through. I mean, Philetus is a dragon. He'll probably survive that.
Yeah, probably.
Magic cage.
Right. Really.
Then if he's dead, is he really like we're just back to like the first square?
But it does
mean-
seem as if the time for action can commence soon.
Okay. A new wrinkle in whether Valignith will be freed before 2021.
Dun, dun, dun. Will our heroes do it? Who knows? They don't.
Heroes?
Yeah. Hero? Who are those?
There's a different context in this campaign.
Yeah, yeah. No, please don't. No heroes should ever.
All right. That's one. Remember to reduce one of your stats on Dragon Fate sheet if you didn't already. And
Yep, I will redact one influence. Redact? Reduce?
remove, penalize, destroy, liquidate. I don't know.
Liquidate influence. Okay.
Damn. Okay.
Liquefy.
Yeah. Beyond that, is there any follow up to that you have, or
Not for the time being. I mean, in Rimenfir's message to Emmy, the subtext was certainly that he wants to do something, but he's not the kind of dragon who wants to push others to do that. So
action?
I'm not sure what his people could continue doing. I guess he could. What he would like to do, just in case, is support General Victus in keeping that other cloud giant captive. There isn't really a hierarchy that could interfere there, but
Isn't.
I got it. I got an idea. So, Lignith likes to destroy shit. It's almost like only in destruction is the truth revealed. His minions know that. And so, what if they bought explosives from somewhere like, I don't know, Thunderholm, for example,
explosives.
and you use the explosives to blow up the cloud giant peak from beneath the peak. It's something that Valignith would admire and cherish. Because only in destruction is the truth revealed.
As much as I love that idea, I don't think it's one that Rimenfir would suggest.
It doesn't have to be there. It's the minions. They're following Valignith's orders, even if Valignith doesn't send them himself.
I mean, they could prepare for a distraction to give the dragons an easier time to do the actual push.
Distraction?
You know what would really be distraction? If you sent the whole mountain down.
This isn't a distraction.
No, I'm just imagining like the Dragonfane minions to actually like be carting around explosives. Rimenfir asks like, "Hey, what are you gonna do with those?" "Oh, we're gonna blow up the place Valignith is kept in." I don't think he would go for that.
Because somewhere along the way, they discovered that Valignith wasn't away on super secret cool business. But Mr. Lizardfolk Shaman just saw Valignith lying in a pool of squalor.
It's like, this
So the
sounds
whole
like
lie
you
I had your
are
minions wrapped around the claw with is now just dissolved because they personally saw Valignith.
It's true.
So a frank and honest assessment of what would the servants of Tiamat do in that situation?
Yeah, I mean, let me give you a rundown of the idea at least. General Victus and the hierarchy would know of what in Faerun is called smoke powder. Tangentially, because one of the southern tribes, as it were, a clan of orcs, is known for actually making some of the stuff when possible.
I remember this.
Yeah, you haven't really encountered more of them because at this point they're frankly beneath you. But had you gone with the Red Banner host south, then maybe you would have had to deal with more of those. But they're still around. They still exist. And though there are a few of them, it's enough to know about the thing. I mean, they make it in very small quantities. It's very hard to make as it works. And in the world, Cormier has a small storage of it, but it's very heavily controlled. Most other places don't really have a lot of it, and whenever it is around, it's dangerous enough that usually the governments try to control it. There's one place you can generally buy it outside of Karatur, which is a different continent, and that is Westgate, as it turns out. Maybe Luskin, but Westgate, as it turns out, you could buy anything if you have the money for it.
Listen, Chief, I understand you wanting to be faithful to the roleplay of Rearman there. I'm making an argument on behalf of Tiamat and the minions who have been deceived that Velignus was perfectly fine and well on official Tiamat business until the shaman saw him for his own eyes.
You know what? I think you're right.
It's too good.
I think
it's
that
too good.
as much as Remenfit tries here, he's not actually in control. Like, the people of the Dragonfane, they follow Velignus, they follow Tiamat, they tolerate Remenfit, they've got initiative. One of like Velignus' teachings is basically think for yourself, don't bother me with everything, just do things, you know. Maybe just I'm thinking whether they would contact those orcs to the south to make a deal with them, but I don't think so. I think they would go there, they would take as much stuff as they can find, they would capture whoever they think can actually make that stuff, and bring them to the Dragonfang to make more.
It is so them. That is exactly what Malignant has raised them to do.
Yeah, just... And then they'll prepare to blow up the mountain, because Velignov, as he himself has said, is unstoppable. So...
And Velignant has said, I will not rest until all of your creations have been destroyed.
It's true. It can't be different.
And how can your final session of this year's sheep not be with a bang?
It's true.
Firework.
God, just imagine it. Just imagine. We're making a monster right now, guys. Teaching Velignant about gunpowder is just like...
There has been an opportunity for that in the past.
There has been.
Oh, boy.
I've considered it back then, but back then it was like, nah, Velignant wouldn't be super interested in that. But maybe the future is explosive.
She looks upon a mountain and sees it explode. I mean,
Maybe.
Well, okay. Well, as it turns out, you don't control these orcs. You don't necessarily know exactly where they live. And they also are loyal to your allies. Now, I would assume that you don't inform your allies about this at all. You just go do it. Just you have the right or whatnot. So this would be, I'm going to say an attack to raid. To grab their stuff and then go home with it. That seems what that is. Yeah.
Seems about right.
All right, so let's see your treasury and might here.
Is the dragon thing gonna armor and arm up first before they go?
Well, yes, that's what they've been taught, you know.
It is true.
There are a few well-connected, well-trained, and loyal lieutenants who, even if Velignov were in charge, and they would think they know better, Velignov has basically implied that they should just go out and do things. Like, he has never pretended to be...
Yeah, one of those clerics of Tiamat that was down there, like, who's just nodding. Like, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
It should be ours. Everything should be ours. Tiamat teaches us to be greedy without limits.
and like all the other worshippers of Tiamat are nodding, like, why we've just sat around.
Yes, true.
Like this has been a test, and it's up to us now.
Okay, sovereignty plus territory plus 2 to armor up. That's triple 2s.
Yep.
Well, that's enough to armor up. Yes, Rementia can look around and see, oh yeah, they're just...
Yeah, they've done this every year. This is normal.
It's an exercise, yeah.
And then he wakes up one day, you're like, where did they go?
Yeah. Gonna subtract a bit of sovereignty for this. There may be some who actually, see Rowanfair as the current leader, so to speak. who disagree with going behind his back, but no. That's not
Yeah,
what Till
well.
is all about.
That's rough.
And then it is might plus treasure, I believe. Yes. Against whoever feels the need to intervene, if at all.
Yeah.
That is 6.
The Fragile Alliance is already in jeopardy, and I love it.
7-7, huh? All right. Yeah. So I know you actually had to take something, but I think it doesn't really. You're not actually stealing their wealth. I think this is a symbolic attack. Because what you're doing is basically telling them, the new hierarchy, that you don't have to ask permission.
Yeah.
That you just do whatever the hell you want. And I think they're surprised enough by this treachery of these. Like, they probably see your people like go across the border, and they're like, oh, do something. And then you just go and like murder a clan of orcs. And they maybe feel a little bit miffed about that. As you do it, right? In fact, with 2 successes like that, you could even try to keep it secret if you want, but it doesn't seem like that's what actually
I don't think that's part of the intent here. I don't think anyone would consider that necessary.
Valignith has tried that, I think, once before in all of his time with the Rain Engine of keeping something quiet.
Slap them in the face and then go home. Okay, yeah, he does it. And
He's taking
and
explosives
there are giants who are angry at this point. The subtle hold that the General Victus has at this point is fraying at this breach of sovereignty, really. Yeah, but he does it. He recovers a couple orcish alchemists who, of course, unhappy. But I mean, this is not really too unusual for them. It's happened before. They're just
They're just being bitched around.
Well, I mean, they're orcs in a world of ogres, in a world of giants
and trolls.
Who knows what else? They're really not the top of the. I mean, they boss around goblins,
And I'd like to imagine the Dragonfane is a bit of a meritocracy, where actually being useful gets you quite far. So those alchemists might actually figure out that it's actually not a bad thing.
That is exactly what Valignith has encouraged.
Yeah.
Now, they need expensive materials, time, and I mean, I guess you could do it in the Dragonfane, but the orcs certainly didn't do this near their own homes.
I can get like a
These guys know how to do it. In principle. And it oftentimes ends with unfortunate circumstances.
I can get like a bit of a tunnel to the side of the mountain where if something explodes, it's just it's a rock fall. Who knew? Some thunder.
Whatever bits remain of one place of the valley is covered in stone now. All right. So that's a thing that can happen.
So here's a question, Sheep, as the cult of the Dragonfane conglomerate. What would the Dragonfane do if the Orc Alchemist said, we need money, like for expensive materials? Like, what course of action would like their lieutenants, take? Like, all right, we got to get this shit so that you can make a explosive powerful enough to topple a mountain.
I mean, the Dragonfane has some resources.
Because this here would be to actually gather enough of this stuff to do a thing would definitely be treasure and territory, right? What can you scrounge up from your land yourself, and what can you buy?
I didn't know whether they would flex their might anymore in taking something from someone else to pay for it.
No, I think generally they've left alone the cities by Valignith's request.
Okay.
Cool. But there might be a contact going to the Cult of Dragon and being like, hey, you know who you serve. Maybe you can help out a bit.
Oh, that sounds appropriate. Like now, hey, we helped with Prosker.
Yeah, of course you can have some money. yeah, they'll try to help.
Mhm.
See what they can scrounge up for you. They're good at influence and such. So have a +1 money.
There's the money. Okay.
They're excellent at that. They're literally mostly just wealthy merchants trying to buy their way to power. So have a bit of money. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what? With that previous might roll with 2 successes, I think they would try to keep it secret, but from Roman fear.
Well, he can't resist.
Yeah.
So- well, I guess if he pushed himself, would he push himself to find out?
I think he would push himself not to find out.
Okay, then I don't think he does it. So he doesn't know what happened, but now there's orcs with bombs. So.
Ignorance is bliss sometimes.
Okay, and then dragon cult money comes.
I think.
What are you encouraging, Grove?
I think this is awesome. This is great. Like, if you're starting your final session of the year, it's got to be fully embodying this. Like, shit's got to get done. Damn it, I love it.
You could try to make your roll if you want. Oh boy, how difficult would that even be? It's not an easy thing to do. Let's see here. What's the actual rarity of this stuff?
I mean, you're setting a precedent here.
Yeah, but I think we can both agree that this is not a precedent. They had some already. We'll figure out in the future what needs to be done. But I like the idea. I think it's a fun, interesting idea. So, without the use of Westgate or Westgate basically being represented, what you need to buy, right? Let's say we need a. It's going to be like a difficulty of 4. That's damn difficult.
4, okay. Treasury plus territory. Maybe there's some sulfur deposits in a cave or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Would your lieutenants know enough about Captain Zethasden to like try and make use out of him in this regard?
I don't think they really know what to think about him. Like
That makes perfect sense.
He's not been very integrated in the whole Dragonfang business. He's more of a contact of Velignif directly.
Makes sense.
So this would be treasury plus territory, which is 5. Alright.
Well, that speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Wow.
It's gonna be great, and Roman fear will be none the wiser.
So you could maybe add like an orc alchemist to your lieutenants, right? As meritocracy certainly speaks. Somehow you got the one that maybe has been oppressed their whole life or something. They haven't really had the chance to shine, but now you killed like the old one. So a new person has taken over that place. An orc who is somehow ready for this responsibility.
He's like,
you know what, avarice and yeah, I'm into it. Yeah.
You want me to do what now? Blow up a
mountain?
And you're giving me how much money?
Sounds good. I will need these things, however.
Then
here they are. You're like, oh.
Mr. Tiamat are like, done.
Calling in favors from the cult of the dragon, yeah. Okay, well, you can produce one of those treasure or territory by 1, depending on where you really sort of feel the loss.
We're gonna reduce the territory here. Like every little cave was searched and scrounged up. Yeah.
Dig me some bad guano. I need that fertilizer bombs.
We need coal. We need like sulfur deposits. We need saltpeter by peeing on the walls, and we need bad guano.
That are generally not super sort of useful to most people. I guess wizards need coal sometimes for like a thing. I mean, charcoal is used to burn and heat stuff, but yeah, okay. Well then, they have managed it. They have like, oh God, my ignorance of gunpowder. They have an impressive couple of barrels, however many that would be. I mean, I feel like 2 barrels of gunpowder is pretty hardcore to begin with. So probably got like 5 or 6 or 7.
Oh God!
Strategic locations to.
Ignis is gonna have a new love.
You have a loyal dwarven architect who would have a thing or two to say about where to put him.
It's true. Like,
I'd find that-
Malignant has somehow arrayed the right assets.
Just thinking, like, how do you? Well, he actually might know how to do that. Yeah.
The structural weaknesses. Who would be able to do such a thing? The Dwarven Architect's like, I know.
So they might nod, and he might make a plan for how to do that.
Still not entirely sure how blowing up the place where Valignus is being held is going to help, but damn it if they aren't going to do it.
Like,
Well, you know what? Maybe they'll find out through destruction.
that's right. Like, it's so fitting for like his minions to like embrace the idea that destroying to reveal the truth.
So I never considered actually practically doing it, but there was talk of blowing up the Underdark at one point, and
Yes,
I
yes,
made
there was.
plans, just, on a hobby level.
Yeah.
Just pulls out, like,
just on the side,
if we were to blow a mountain,
in my spare time.
this is how I would do it.
Now, I don't think Ari's going to look into it either. She's just going to assume that the Dragonfane is doing the same business as it's been doing for all these other years. Because it's
No.
done
I
nothing.
don't know, nothing. Why would
The
I?
situation
I
with
have a lot of
Westgate, right.
stuff going on for me.
Yeah, and the Giants are pretty unhappy right now with this whole thing. I think they're slow to react though. They're just trying to keep their people under control. They'll bring this up later with Verminthier.
I know.
God, you know how it'll happen just because it's a cool scene. They will bring this up with Verminthier, just like so he's talking to them when it happens. That's how it goes. Yeah, the minions of the Dragonfane have the means to. Now just have to get there with it and then light it up on fire, and then get out of there, I suppose.
And see what happens.
The orcs are not excellent demolitionists.
I love this game.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I'm basically just along for the ride as well. Like, these decisions make too much sense for me to have much say in them.
Yeah, so it's like, so at this point, so they have the means. Like, how would the Dragonfane secure, I guess, the opportunity? Like, it's like, they're going to be like, we have to get the barrel. It's like, imagine like that Blades in the Dark, like, meeting when they're setting up the score. And it's like, okay, how do we get up to like the mountain to like set like the barrels? Like, can we do that ourselves?
First time they really come together about something. It's like the dwarves and the lizardmen with the scouting reports, and the dwarven architect with the plans, and the new orcs with the gunpowder. And
I mean, they know that they can get the skin wings into places without being seen for at least a little bit. So
True.
the opportunity is already there, yeah. They probably can't lift the
we can't
entire
move past
barrel.
all this. Too many stairs and too high up. We don't have to walk. The skin rings can carry it. It'll take a couple of trips, but
That's right. And they weren't discovered for a while. So yeah, those two tiny skin wings. Well, not so tiny, I guess.
they're big and angry, but well trained at this point.
They sure are.
Oh,
I just
boy.
love this idea. Surprising all of the dragon.
Mm-hmm.
What a crew that is. Like the lizard folk with the skin wings, the dwarves with the architect and the pickaxes, and the orcs with the gunpowder.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the Tiamat cult with the money
With
and
the
resources.
collections, yeah.
There's like, I've had to do questionable things in the name of keeping my word.
They're like in the room, maybe in with the speaking stone or something, because that's like the meeting room, and they're all there around like a couple of maps and such. And Raymond there just walks past and like looks inside and sees all these people just look at him somehow to get excited about something, and he probably just walks just like,
Just keep walking.
oh well. I should see the grin on a Tiamat priest's face.
Oh no! I feel like that's not something anyone really wants to see, like,
But
except if you're
but it is in this campaign.
yeah, it
Mm,
is.
mm.
Please.
All right. Well, where do we even go from here?
I don't know.
I I'm gonna call this. I mean, this is like a. It's like an unconditional, unconventional warfare situation. You're doing something stealthily to blow up someone's house.
But there's no faction in
No
existence.
opposition, no. So it's all about succeeding. And given the situation, I don't even think. Like I would put a minimum on there and then give you a bunch of bonus dice, but I think we're just gonna take it as it is. Let's see if you can succeed, and then we'll know the magnitude of the success. If you want to just do it, I mean,
I don't see why they would wait.
That would not be what Valigna would do.
No.
Except for right now, he's waiting.
sure, let's see what happens.
I love you. Like this patient, perhaps empowering them with autonomy. This is great. Which is what he wanted from them.
Okay, well, let's see. Let's see what you do.
That would be. What would that
Influence and might.
It's normally might and influence.
Yeah, I think that's it. Influence is your reach, essentially, and might is your actual forces going and doing the thing.
That would be 5. Alright, that's not too bad. Double 2. As expected, it perhaps works, but not entirely, as...
Now,
Not when they drew it out.
I would let you roll again if you want to push it.
Yes.
To just reduce one of them by 1 and then see how many resources you want to pump into it to get better successes. Because there's no real things. You don't have to do it. Like, you don't have to commit to it until they're happy with the setup, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Hell, they could even, do other things. Like, let's spend money to, get other things.
Because there are people going around there, but they wouldn't notice fucking barrels or whatever. No one knows what this stuff is.
Nah, it's just getting worse. Okay, this has got to be enough.
All right, then we will have 2-2, which means it is done. In the general sense that, and again, I want the scene of Verminthier having been called south by a messenger from Commander Victus. Speaking of his unprovoked attack upon her assets.
Yeah.
He would probably sit there, listen patiently, sort of tilting his head ever so slightly as he would say.
Such a show of force in my territory cannot be accepted. I must have some sort of restitution. I simply... If my people believe that I can simply be walked upon by my allies, then I am really a subject, not an ally, am I not?
I apologize wholeheartedly, General Victus, but I'm not aware of any such intrusion. I certainly did not order anything of the sort.
We will have to sort something out, because then probably we're interrupted, right? Maybe just in that it cuts away and we see Emmy, maybe lying on the hill,
Yeah.
In the background, she's laying there. Maybe some fairy music is going on in the background. We can just see up there, and then we just see a little pling of black smoke, right, in the clouds up there. Some of them just a little ripple going through them,
yeah.
And then we hear a distant a rumble or something like that.
General Victus, as far as I've been aware, my charges have been paragons of patience and restraint.
the holy mountain of sky explodes.
I just love the confusion on my dragon's face. I think doesn't go away. I think she just remains dumbfounded. What?
You can see cliff pieces, a couple of them flying in high arcs, tumbling down even 5 minutes later, right? Because it's a very high up mountain place. And you need a lot of force to blow up something like that. Even if it's like, and basically the 2 here means that nothing is disintegrated. It's all in big chunks coming down. As outside, like, the Victus and Rimanthea standing here as like a massive piece of marbled walkway crushes like a regiment of hobgoblins or something. Just
So please.
skittering across the ground, smashing into like a blocking and collapsing one of the goblin caverns or something.
She wanted to see what a relationship with Malignant would be like.
As she like draws her weapon and just calls for cover and back up and like retreats to because she has no idea what's going on except something bad happened, and her first instinct is like something happened with the Cloud Lords, right? They did a thing, attacking us by bombarding ourselves with their stuff. What is Malignant's people? I mean, where would they see this from? I assume they would be like somewhere nearby, but at like a cave or something from a mountain in the opposite side.
Yeah, they would have gathered somewhere close enough that they could actually charge and do something potentially, although not sure what exactly they were planning.
No, not close enough to explode, probably.
Yeah, not close enough, but pretty close still. Just so now that Malignant is inevitably freed, they can join him immediately.
We see like a view from a dwarf stationed at the ancient mine, who's just like humming, drinking a little bit, and like here's like a rumble, and it looks like in a spyglass up at some clouds. He shakes his says, "Hey, dragons." Drinking a little bit more. Happy to not be in the middle of whatever's going on. Having their thoughts reinforced. As let's see what happened on the mountain, right? We have everyone else's reaction. I mean, but Cicatrix is none the wiser. Something's happening in Westgate, probably.
Yeah, I feel like
that mountain is too far away.
We have the cutaway to a Cicatrix of just like currently like putting acid on someone's face, like and then it just cuts away again, like completely unrelated. Just like this is what they're doing right now, or like in the middle of some street fight or something. Just
and then giving them like a goblet of wine, welcoming them.
It's just like there's some shit's going on over there. Who knows even what? Basically, whenever we cut to that, it's just like a wild, chaotic situation of no one actually having any way of telling what's going on.
If it was a PG show, it's just a lot of censor bars just everywhere. There's just like a hand somewhere. Like, that's not.
Yeah, and no one's sort of unhappy about it somehow. That's just how Westgate is. But let's see the mountain, where we got a 2. So things are certainly broken and moving. From Malignant's point of view, he's sick as a dog in this filthy cage he himself has made. Like he feels pain. Probably one of his legs is spasming uncontrollably. Maybe he tries to hide it because he doesn't like the fact that maybe the Cloud Giant finds some amusement in it. Like, how does he react? That basically she's feeding him whatever she can and just watching him from the clouds because she's bored. And probably also at this point maybe having a bit of a mental breakdown.
I mean, it all depends on what opportunities this actually does. If it like fractures the cage or something.
Before this actually happens.
Oh, before.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not aware that it's going to happen. He would probably stick to his same procedure, which is basically being patient as a stone, or trying to be, although at this point it's sort of getting difficult. He does find a bit of joy, perhaps, teasing the Cloud Giant with snarky remarks to signify that, he might be here, but it's because he wants to be, right?
It makes sense. He's been in here for half a decade, and that's longer than any of the Curse of Lethargy sleeps have been. He's been trapped.
But able to take a long rest for all that time.
If only at dailies.
Yeah. Didn't he teach them? All right. And then suddenly, I mean, I assume it's like almost like a grenade shock moment, right? Suddenly, suddenly the cold, wet air and such turns into smoke instead of fog. It's all burning. Suddenly, he can see.
Suddenly they can't see.
Yeah. It's changed. Something's different. But beyond that, probably just we hear like a sound that is deafening enough that it just for him from his point of view, we would just hear like ringing, right? As like things just begin exploding. Could you give me a saving throw, Sheep?
No.
Okay. Then you're going to have a bad time of it because you were in one of the bits or places where some of these things. Now, luckily, actually uncharacteristically for Dragon 4th Edition, you're immune to fire damage. So you got that going on for you.
At least they didn't disintegrate the mountain, I guess.
Yeah. Which is fortunate. Unfortunately, the cage doesn't break. Even as it's, I mean, I think we'll actually just have one moment he smells smoke and hears a deafening sound. Then he's unconscious. Then suddenly he's awake, in a cage, currently flung some great distance into the air. As he wakes up, probably battling it, smashing against the bars of this box. Sick as a dog, as the ground is below him. In those like slow motion moments of realizing that behind him is only ash and fire, and ahead of him is only the vast distance down from the incredible height of this mountain. He can see the distant like lake, you know. You can see the fort, the goblin cracks as he sort of flies out over. What's his like he probably doesn't have time for a lot of thinking here. Is there like any
I think the concern of being of currently being in the predicament that he is would be far secondary to the delight over the distraction that just occurred. Undoubtedly, he didn't directly do it, but he did this. He knows.
uh-huh. All right. Well, a good time for him, I'm sure. As give me another saving throw. Let's see how bad this fall is going to be.
17. All right.
Okay, all right. As promptly, the cage flies, passing by the cliffs, and probably he can see it just torn towards the ground, moving to have one end facing it, as it probably digs itself halfway down into the ground, smashing him into it with enough force that he's probably just unconscious, but not enough to sort of dig the cage down enough that he splatters against the backside of it. As yes, he is free, but he's also very much unconscious. Somewhere on these grassy plains, where I suppose the next step that logically would happen is that a couple of confused and frankly scared out of their wits were-rats walk close to see the cage with the unconscious dying dragon inside. What would they do, Emmy? They have their warren nearby, you know. They're here to collect taxes from merchants. I like to think that they were in the process of that as the fucking thing exploded.
There's like a caravan that's been halted, like,
and suddenly like little pebbles and sort of rain down, and then like a massive cage thing smashes into the ground, splintering bars and everything. with a red dragon lying dying inside. What's the step for them? What's their
Well, they're not going to take undue risks. They're going to look at this, and I think the thought here is just, okay, this must have been part of the mistress's plan. We will stand guard here and wait for her. We will not reach into the bars and touch the dragon.
Mhm.
Nor will we leave this. She's got to know about this. Surely. Send word just in case. And then we're just going to watch over this.
All right.
Because everything they'll know about any red dragons are not
The
great.
last one wasn't friendly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, it's been long enough probably that these might not actually know.
Yeah, they might be new recruits. They don't know about Malignant. So yeah. Reverting to chicken shit were rat like mentality here of like let's let Lemmy lead your theory now. It's okay.
Coward fell on nature. You know?
I'm not getting paid for this.
So we can cut to Virminthir, a moment later, as rocks are sort of rattling down and they're in the cave, as Commander Victus just begins to realize what's happening and goes up from the combat stand staring out of the cave.
I just saw the explosion.
Well, John Victus.
And she looks to Virminthir.
While nothing to do with this, I do believe that the silver lining is that you no longer need to commit any forces to besiege the Cloud Giants.
She stares up again. We'll cut to Imizure, having looked over at the rocks. Sort of, none of them reach her, of course. That's too far.
Yeah.
She can see it in the clouds that direction, right?
Yeah, it's several minutes before she just stops staring in just total confusion because she can't process what's just happened. And then her gaze shifts from where that happened towards the dragon fane, the direction of dragon fane. And I think there's a huge tense of her muscles. And one of the fastest times she's ever flown, she goes barreling for that dragon fane, only to find, of course, nothing there of consequence.
Oh, yeah, that's gotta be a little. What about we see the minions in a cave? Probably at this point, it's rattling and shaking. They were a little too close. Maybe it was a 2. It didn't go exactly as planned. What's the reaction there?
I think that they basically tried to figure out what actually happened. They knew what they had to do, obviously, but they weren't aware of the exact result, perhaps. So, Skinwing's flying about to see, the damages. Perhaps a dwarf architect scratching his beard, looking at the structural damage to the mountain, that sort of thing. As the lizard folk will spread out from the cave. Just being ready to act on opportunities, mostly.
And I like to think that all of them now this is done, suddenly they all go to their different approaches to things again.
Yeah.
The cohesion is just complete. We must use the Skinwing to scout for Malignith. We must pray to Tiamat for her guidance will grant us the knowledge for where. As the dwarf is I must calculate the trajectories of.
The alchemist just fist pumps and says, "Yeah, science."
Just laughs or something, yeah. Giants are made small. There's probably 15 of them up there.
I have become death, destroyer of mountains.
Should I have this power? Looks at hands. Yes. More. This is about the beginning. Yeah, okay. Well, Malignith, give me another saving throw, please, because you're in a bad state right now, and we're watching you.
He is.
Oh, that's good. Give me another one. Okay, that's fine. Give me another one. Oh, well, look at that. You're not going to die, so that's lucky.
That's useful.
Yeah, as somehow, Imizure. We got Imizure getting to the Dragon Fane, and the people who are at the Dragon Fane are the people who didn't know.
Yeah, you get like this visage of like her picking up a dwarf and like flying into the sky and pointing with a claw at the what used to be a peak there. What happened?
God, he's like in the air, like just like a dwarf flying is very far down. There's a guy I don't know. I'm really new here. All the others they left. They went somewhere with the orcs
How long ago?
for like a couple of days, no more.
It is, but for the grace of serendipity that like she doesn't just drop him and he dies, but is probably hurt, probably like a twisted ankle or something, as she just streaks like this bolt of like gray green, flying for the ruined like mountain peak.
Uh-huh. What is Rimmanthiers? Like he sees the mountain's been blown up. General Victus seems to somehow blame him for it. Or at least he believes that someone has. He doesn't actually know who's been.
I think this is the sort of situation that is. He is so far out of his depth. He's mostly just observing, pondering. Metallic dragons are sort of known for that. Something really bad happened, and someone should do something, shouldn't they?
Connect the dots of having not wanted to, what he hasn't wanted to see, or is it more at the edge of his mind, but he's sort of pushing it away actively?
I mean, I think
I did do it by omission.
I think he suspects. He also perhaps subconsciously thinks that it will now be very difficult to actually repay his debt.
Didn't do it.
And perhaps after an awkwardly long time of just staring there and sitting next to General Victus, who's probably staring daggers at this point, you're like,
I think she's begun like pacing, which is weird for a fire giant because they're really so big and strange to see. It's just like a beginning yelling orders as at whoever is around to, do various things and prepare an expedition and so forth.
as Roman will like turn his head slightly towards her and say, I will fly and investigate what happened exactly and what the result is.
I don't think she even has time for it right now. She's moved from the state of disbelief to now acceptance pretty quickly, and she figures the dragon or dragons have done it somehow, but she has to do damage control before that's her. So she probably just like looks at him and then just shakes her head and goes back to commanding. Just like do whatever you want. It's fine.
Then I guess Rubenfield will fly around to figure out what the hell happened and whether anything actually lived that.
Well, he sees the skin wings.
Yeah, I think when Rivenfear starts doing forensics is when like he'll like drag into like his mind like things that he tried to push out.
Oh yeah. Well, look at that.
He knew. He just didn't expect the magnitude.
Mm-hmm. The insanity. A lot of things have to come together for this chaos, but yeah. Oh boy, let me see here. Now, of course, we have someone else who it's important to check. Okay. All right. Did you guys see that? No?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Then I don't have to be coy.
I was wondering, like, she was there at the edge of mental instability to begin with, and then
yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah. She's not going to be up here now, though, because there isn't really a place to be up at this point. And she certainly isn't here. Yeah. No one is. Nothing is, really. And that's what he'll see, right? It's just the peaks. I mean, technically the peaks are still here, right? They're just like ragged, a bit thinner and smaller, and all the different bridges and stuff has been thrown about and collapsed. And yeah, it's a completely ruined place. Still, like pieces of it are sort of rolling down the side and crashing and such. Little fires burning here and there where they can. There's a smoke of fire, ash, gunpowder. And so we could probably, as that's going on, Emmy is flying there as well. But I think the next thing we can get to is probably, sadly, her minions will arrive at the shrine of Malar and inform, being told that there is no Emmy there, to tell about it. I think the next thing that might happen, given the saves here, is that it's been a while since the explosion now. Like, the things you've done, flying and such, takes a bit of time, even if you fly fast. It is a great distance. We'll have a couple of werets watching over the cage, wherein Velignith can begin blaring his sick eyes and slowly wake up. You can assume you're at 0 hit points, 0 searches, as you haven't been getting searches back. You're still in the cage, technically. It's half buried in the ground. But, you're not on the mountaintop anymore.
Is there like an opportunity to squeeze between the bars that have bent in the fall or something like that? Or is it still sturdy?
You could give me an acrobatics check.
Acrobatics? Could he make a bend himself now that the bars are like weakened?
I mean, just because you're 0 hit points doesn't mean you can't use your skills. So sure, let's try that. Certainly is weakened.
I can tell you I've not looked on a stat sheet for a while, so give me a second.
Understandable. Is not how I thought it was going to go.
No, me neither.
Let's see where it takes us.
That would be athletics, I assume.
Yeah.
Plus 14.
Where it was like, dragons escaping.
Yeah.
Oh boy. They probably fucking book it.
They probably.
19. I don't think that's enough.
You try, but you just can't muster the strength. You're also weakened right now. It's like,
Yeah.
He pushes and rips at the bars, and some of them begin to like creak, but he doesn't have the energy. He hasn't been fed well for years. He is looking at himself like once he was a paragon of muscle, but he's a shadow of his former self. What 5 years of imprisonment, lack of exercise, and just not proper food will do to a person, especially with the last sort of weeks of just really bad treatment, sort of maybe even like a couple of months of just sick food and such.
I think the werets like scamper away, then they see that they can't escape. Like they slowly start to creep back to their positions.
Outside of breath range.
Mm-hmm.
After straining against the bars, Velignith will find another spot, sort of center-ish to sit, which might be a bit awkward considering
the shattered bits everywhere. Yeah,
no real floor anymore.
Yeah.
So he'll glower at the werets. Just keeping eye contact for a little bit. So he'll growl in Draconic.
They scamper away again.
No, they don't speak it, I don't think.
Then they won't understand Velignith.
Slowly come creep back.
We cut to Rearmenthir, having looked over the broken bits of place here. The last bit of rock has now fallen in the great distance. There's like nice bits of marble in places you wouldn't expect them at this, in the future coming forward here. As we can have Rearmenthir and Imizure.
I don't think she makes it to the mountain.
No.
No, I think she's flying there at top speed, and then like she stops maybe halfway, and she looks up where the mountain peak used to be, and some of the panic goes away because she's like, wait, I would know if Alignif's dead. He's not dead. Like looks up, like he can't be up there because there doesn't look like there's an up there.
Yeah. Yeah, she probably actually got to where she is, like on the map here over this side, because of course she has to fly past the higher peak here.
Right, that makes sense. She like looks at like a mountain like thing, like it's not even like what the hell happened, because she could spend the next 100 years of her life like parsing over it. She's a dragon. It's where the hell is Valignev? Just stares at like the gaping hole where the mountain peak used to be. She like looks over like the rest of the mountain range, like where could he have gone? She doesn't know. Maybe someone from the tower saw something, she thinks to herself. Yeah, she'll fly for the tower. Like the ruined tower. Like, yeah. Like, someone at the tower might have seen a cage or something fly. Yeah, that's what she thinks to herself.
I'd say you have good enough perception here as you fly this way. That basically brings you over the area, right?
Okay.
Maybe she's being aware or something. We can have her. We can have her on the way. Perhaps spot the. I mean, it's a big cage. It's sort of, now that the sun is out here, it's sort of glimmering a bit. There's like ash and smoke rising up from the spot. Maybe she can even notice a couple of the were-rats figures sort of around it.
I think initially she like looks over and like, what's going on there? And then she like slows down. She does a double take. What? She gets confused, and then she immediately dive bombs it. Like land to like a sort of like a creaking like halt. The ground. Just the carnage, the trade caravan having fled at top speed down the road. Other traders that might have been traveling having stopped because what the hell?
And Valignev in the cage, looking absolutely terrible. Turning around slowly.
I don't think I play so. She's completely baffled. Like, my character she can't fathom what has just transpired. And she's like imizure.exe has stopped working. Just like the processing power is hanging.
Seeing Valignev in a sorry state. He should, by all rights, be dead. A couple times.
It's probably then Valignev who speaks first. He says, "This doesn't seem like it would be one of your plans."
Imizure had envisioned what she would say to Valignev upon seeing him again. And it's completely gone now. She like slowly walks up to the cage. Just completely ignores the were-rats. Gets like right next to the cage and like peers in at him.
Valignev just holds eye contact, sort of tilting his head as if more confused than Emmy by the simple fact that she seems to be speechless.
She is. She has nothing.
Emmy, would you perhaps give me a hand in trying to bend or break these bars? I mean, it's not like I couldn't wait another day. Well, what's another day after so many years? But I do think I would prefer getting out.
She like slowly rotates her head to look from Valigna to the cage. Narrows her eyes at the cage. Since she's on the outside of the cage, and the cage probably wasn't meant to be in its current predicament.
No.
What's the most damaged spot of the cage?
So the most damaged spot is not available because that's the bottom. Like basically one end of it is smashed completely into the ground. Right.
That makes sense. Can she lift the cage up out of the ground?
It's very heavy, but it is sort of slanted, so it's possible that she could like get on top of it and tip it. Yeah.
Okay.
Do that. Do an athletics check if you.
Sure, I'll do that.
You can make it happen. I think that's the most difficult thing. She has been, she's a full, well-fed dragon.
She is.
She's probably the most well-fed just because she joins the hunt. It's just like
curse you, armor check
and whatnot. All right. Yeah, that's fair, very decent for that. I think it'll take a little time. She I don't know. She just like flaps her wings and gets on top of it.
I think so. Like uses her wing power more than a tail.
It takes like a couple of minutes of moving before it sort of creaks and just sort of falls out of the ground a bit and like down to lay on a like flat on the ground, leaving the shattered end of it exposed and open, covered in dirt, obviously, but with the bars sort of broken outwards. Enough that Valignus could squeeze out, certainly in his current diminished form.
He'll do so. And just sort of just sit down, but probably lay down as he's exhausted a bit.
It's like a nice spot of rooted up ground and ripped up grass and whatnot. But it's grass. He hasn't seen that for 5 years. Really, it's also nice. Maybe he realizes now to not have incredibly moist air in his lungs.
Yeah.
I feel like he's like, oh yes, grass. And then he like huffs a little fire out his nose to like burn a little bit of it. Just
actually, it looks like something has been burned terribly around here.
Oh, yeah. True.
Looking around, there's like massive scorch marks. He remembers a couple. Maybe there was a little wood there, but now there's just like ash and crater. Things have certainly been going on.
I think he must remember wrong. This.
Imizure pants for the exertion. At this moment, she registers the were-rats being here, and she snarls at them, "Return to your duties."
Boy. They run very fast.
She hops off the cage. Not as corpulent as she once was when she was a little, like, roly-poly baby dragon godmother. Like, strides over to the flopped-over Valigna.
Yeah, Valigna mostly looks around, just in random directions. Although, but odd calm to him. Not the shock kind of calm, but more genuine calm. Especially as his eyes like catch the mountains.
She, I think, like, Missouri, like, goes up, like, right next to him and, like, lays down right beside him and puts, like, her head on his body.
Aww.
Breathes in deeply and says, "You reek."
I hadn't noticed. You don't.
My best guess is that your minions got tired of waiting for my plan.
I mean, I doubt that your plan, as effective as it undoubtedly would have been as spectacular.
you're out and alive. That is what matters.
It does, doesn't it? You know, Emmy, ever since you've threatened me with cages without bars, those with bars have become awfully mundane.
Like, lifts her head, looks at Velignith, and says, I thought I was alone. First Tilraxos, then Veristrix, then you.
I don't think you're quite lucky enough to be rid of me yet. And I don't think that'll ever happen. Unless, of course, I starve to death on the spot because I haven't eaten properly in years at this point.
She, like, looks him, like, over again, nods gravely. I'm taking you to food. And your treasure. You should not be seen out in this state.
You're probably right.
And she'll stand up, the thing that she worked very hard to achieve and will not rest until it's done. We'll pick up the emaciated red dragon and carry Velignith all the way to his treasure hoard, which is in her lair.
Yeah. It saves him the indignity of trying to walk sort of a great distance.
Finally, she can stop applying herself so damn much.
That was the true goal.
Yeah. Velignith becomes patient. She has to work hard.
I mean, I suppose she can do it, right? Who's stopping her? She controls this territory well. She can bring him, place him on his hoard, bring him food. She has a larder.
She does.
Kept well stocked. Yeah. Which, I don't know. I mean, that's probably pretty overwhelming for like this being put on his treasure and then offered a selection of, food that's not bad.
Emissary like presents like stuff that's not been poisoned yet. Like, what would he like to eat? And if the answer is yes, she can accommodate that.
I think the answer is yes.
Then she can accommodate that.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while for him to recover his strength, certainly, but it's a good start.
Yeah, there's no other care that she has. Not his minions, not her minions, not the mountain, not anything else. That goal was ensuring that she wasn't alone, and now she's not again.
How does she feel? Like, that may be a question we don't ask often about the dragons, but
it's a great sense of relief. She had not anticipated this moment being now, and what turned in from like terror and bewilderment into a pleasant surprise. Maybe this Tiamat finally gave Velignith something. Which is nice, other than the ability to protect against giants. For basically like Velignith to fall right into her lap.
Yeah.
And while he was weakened out there in the open, she was able to fetch him and bring him back here where nothing can harm him. And now now all of the hard work and effort she had to exert to get him down from there, it's all past. She can go back to doing other things that she enjoys. Let him deal with the consequences.
Yeah. So it sounds like this current relief that sort of gives her a bit of almost like a sweetness. It might be short-lived at the when he can actually move. as she can apply herself elsewhere or the things she cares about.
Yeah. Yeah, but it is relief and sort of like a relaxing of comfort. They sort of like with him here, I don't have to face hell by myself.
Yeah.
I'm not the only survivor of Bassarek's children.
Mm-hmm. Reminthir will eventually be, find out basically after this that Valignant is currently staying at Imizure's lair, and apparently he's alive, but in a very bad state. Maybe even worse than Reminthir himself woke up as. At this point, quite a while ago. He's still recovering from it, though. His strength is getting back to what it was, actually, pretty much entirely.
I don't think Reminthir would actually go visit.
Mm-hmm.
I think Reminthir would just retreat to the Dragonfane and think. Because the one thing he felt like he really needed to do, which was somehow save Valignant, he didn't do and had nothing to do with it.
I suppose the minions eventually return to the Dragonfane as well.
Victorious but confused until they learn that he did survive.
I mean, they knew he would, obviously. Like,
he's so strong he could never lose. They might just hear that. He obviously might have fled, or he wasn't there. Probably, it was probably more that they just made an attack on the giant, because he wouldn't need them to save him, right? So that's not how this works. But they know that they did good. But maybe some of them are a little bit. I don't know. Valignant is not someone who actually cares too much about consequences, so I guess his minions don't either.
no.
Yeah, they did it. Seems like a great idea. What of it? Yeah, General Victus is angry. The Giants are not happy, but
Sounds like a them problem.
Yeah, that's a them problem. Yeah. The Cicatrix will, I guess, eventually hear about it in like a month or so.
Yeah, I think so. I think it would take that long.
Because it's in Westgate. Your minions don't really get there.
No.
It's probably through Sethiston here that sort of who keeps a bit of a taps on what happens in Dragonfane. Who hears about it and then like, oh, okay, we'll report to.
It was definitely easier to send messages to her when she was in Tazir. Now she's in Westgate. There's a huge war there, the Guild War.
You send people that they might get killed or
that's too
forcefully enrolled in some other group.
That's right, impressed into service.
Well, it happens a lot. It's a mess, really. Means that the southern trade route gets more active, though. As there's less competition from Westgate. Oh boy, yeah. Yeah, take a moment to take it in.
I am.
And consider what happens next, I suppose. Because eventually, Valignant is gonna, be good enough to at least like walk. It's gonna take probably gonna take like a couple of weeks, honestly, before he sort of is enough to actually sort of begin to not feel nauseous until this stuff is out of his system.
There have been Dragon Godmother jokes about Imizure's Leader Theory, but these, like the first couple of weeks until Valignant is actually able to stand and walk, is going to be deeply concerned, almost in your face, like a green dragon. Like Valignant sort of like personal bubble here, like sphere, where sort of like what do you need? Like, what would you like? You've been in prison for years. Would you like something? Would you like to see something? Would you like to eat something? I will get that for you. And she will go get that. And then come back to him.
Well, what I would really like is to find a very certain cloud giant who's treated me. Let's just leave it at that, treat, and show her what imprisonment can really mean. How to do it properly.
She says, well, I can't get that for you by myself. You'll have to heal first.
I suspected as much. I can wait.
You want anything smaller than a cloud giant?
No, I think that's all I want, really.
All right. She'll have some time set aside, give him personal space to be with his horde, but for the most part, she'll just be hovering around him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She cares.
Because she doesn't want to lose him again. Because this was already enough effort to fucking try and get him the first time.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she'll tell him. We all know. We saw it. We were there.
Last ones.
Yeah. Yep, the last ones. Oh yeah, she cares. She's also there's selfless and selfishness there too.
Yeah. It's a myriad of emotions, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
I just love that Cicatrix is just doing fucking. She's just having guild wars, stabbing people, fucking yelling.
Yeah, Vesicatrix gets really in the middle of it too.
Yeah, she's out fucking murderizing.
If there is a city that she can cut loose, it's Westgate.
Nobody cares.
Acid burning. It's just
lots of people, all of them pretty much scoundrels, and sort of. Yeah.
I mean, not that she ever would feel bad about hurting people, but this is not a bad place to hurt people.
No.
We all deserve it. Except me.
Many more factors than shown here, temples and all sorts of things. But these are just the ones currently vying who actually have a chance, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of other factions that are just sort of part of it and shifting, and every now and then
I
feel like we have enough right now.
Westgate is an underground sort of town, but even it has levels of underground.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
It's
on the
infinite.
very top surface, it's all very legitimate. There's a noble council that rules the city and traders, and they have a temple of Lathander and stuff, but it's a thin veneer to the.
It's cardboard. It's a cardboard temple.
And, well, it's a temple, obviously. There's probably just a bunch of corruption.
There's
city's just big enough.
Gold. It's brass. Damn.
Yeah.
I'm so stunned.
I suppose the next question is, what else do we want to push for while Sheep is here? Sheep.
Yeah.
Because if there's something you want to get done, we should do it now. Now I'm gonna say, Malignus is not really gonna be in a state to personally exact a lot of power right now.
I mean, he could still, I guess, if you want to murderize the cloud giant or capture it, I guess Reuniting could still try and get rid of his debt from that. I don't know.
I don't think that's how that works. Reuniting did a lot of things he wouldn't necessarily agree to in a vacuum, since the purpose was to free and save Halldamir. He can no longer do that.
All right. Reuniting needs to have eventually a confrontation with Valignith where he hashes out his feelings and Valignith is just what?
I don't even know who you are, so I picked you up on a whim and had an idea that didn't work out, so
How would you feel about living in Thunderhome?
Yeah.
A lot has happened recently.
They like silver, I hear. A lot.
I do love silver.
Oh.
Is there anything you figure Valignith would want to, like, I suppose, like, know, or, like, ask Amizure, so that, like, sort of, like, give him, like, sort of, like, a view of what's happened in the world with Amizure's slant?
Yeah, I think he definitely asked for a general summary of how the important actors have acted. Like, has Cormier done anything? How's Elversold? How's things in general?
I could do, yeah, we start there. Amizure says, the cult of the dragon that oversees control of Elversold got motivated into activity a couple of years back after one of the clergy had a vision of you, inspiring them and leading them to greatness by acting directly against Cormier. In your name, with banners unfurled, in your honor, they struck out with the help of your minions against Proscure, and then on their own boarded boats to sail across the lake and strike Cormier directly. It is uncertain how this vision originated. Rearminthier investigated this, and the vision appeared to be genuine, though obviously not from you.
Obviously. How successful were they?
Total failure. They did not do anything meaningful. I am uncertain whether they even landed on the shores of Cormier directly. But in response, I am informed that they have sent out a retaliatory expedition that has landed near Elversalt to punish the Cult of the Dragon. Recently, an organization known as the Harpers had moved into Elversalt to try and cause damage to those cultists, but were unsuccessful.
I don't think I'm of a mind to get involved in any politics currently, so I guess that'll just play out one way or the other.
It stands to reason that the expedition is motivated to punish Elversalt for attacking Cormier directly, and so probably will not stop until Cormier holds that. Tazir is firmly under the control of Symbia through intermediaries, and Westgate is currently I don't know. Where Cicatrix is very busy there.
Have you gotten involved in Westgate?
I have not. There are too many factors there. I have been. My greatest concern was getting you free.
That's fair enough, but it would benefit us greatly if the Cicatrix were successful.
My priority was getting you out of there. I have only known Where Cicatrix for a short while, and Where Cicatrix does not matter to me as you do.
I suppose. But now, surely, now that I am in fact free and unable to do much, you could switch your focus. Unless, of course, you have your own ambitions, which I obviously support.
She squints. You are still my concern.
While your care is appreciated, I think it may be a touch extreme.
You were snatched up and in prison once already. An imp came to taunt me about discovering this knowledge.
Oh yes, he talked to me too. He wanted to kill me, I believe, but I suggested that I would be worth more if I lived longer, which he seemed to agree with.
It seems I have to take steps to secure and ensure that such a fate will not happen to you again.
I also had some sort of ghost come talk to me. Something about death disagreeing with giants.
She looks confused.
That was before I was somewhat delirious, so I'm fairly certain that that actually happened.
She says, perhaps Varistrix would know about that, but he is not here. He has not returned. I have not heard from him.
Well, I don't think he's dead, so
We would know. Just as I knew you were not dead.
if he's merely doing his own thing, that is perfectly acceptable.
Thunderholm took the silver mine. I thought it imperative that your minions return to the Fane to defend it, as the blessings you got from Tiamat were focused on the Fane. I did not want you to return to have no minions. And seeing what just happened, she looks away. Perhaps that was for the best.
Certainly effective.
They and the giants fought for a time. The giants were defeated by Thunderholm. Thunderholm is currently busy with the Red Banner host. I don't know if you recall.
Vaguely.
Large group of mercenaries after the fighting that happened between fairy kingdoms. They came over the mountains and were lured into fighting the dwarves, sort of provoked. I'm not exactly sure what's happening there, but the Red Banner host is near them.
Seems to be a problem for the dwarves, but not necessarily something that needs to interest us.
Yes. The hierarchy as you knew it, except for those cloud giants, has been dissolved. I secured an alliance with the fire giants, with that Vigdis you met. I got her to splinter away from the cloud giants by offering her a gift of a larger red dragon from near Nathlan, whom we dispatched. She was of some assistance, and would have been more had your minions not taken the initiative.
What is your relationship to her? Or rather, what do you think it should be?
I like her. I want her to continue to exist. I have no interest in those mountains or manipulating those weaker tribes. I do not ever wish to send my were-rats into the mountains again. She is simple and enjoys violence and leadership. I like that. She's not complicated.
Say, when you extracted my treasure from my chamber below the Fane, did it ever enter the Fane?
She looks confused and says, maybe? Not in an attempt to deceive, but in a genuine, this was not something that she cared enough to, didn't matter to her.
The Fane has a rule, one that I'm not keen on ever breaking. It is that whatever treasure enters it belongs to Tiamat.
She says, right, I remember you mentioning that.
So my question is a very important one. My chamber had a back entrance, one that I used, so I would not have to enter the Fane.
She nods, then says, "Then your treasure did not go into the Fane."
Are you sure that's a sensible answer?
She says, "Yes."
I see.
She looks pointedly around all of Valignav's treasure and then back to Valignav.
I mean, if you say so, if something were to be angry at the deception, I would not be the one suffering the consequences.
She says, "Well, it is good there is no deception."
Nor would I be the one who would no longer receive potential support in the future.
Of course not.
In any
I
future, even the far future. A long-reaching consequence.
Your hoard is safe with you. I made sure of it.
Very well then. It'll of course stay here for as long as I stay here.
She says, "Of course." Where you take it along with you is no consequence once you're actually fit. But I would not have it that anyone else see you in such a condition. It is unbecoming.
It's true. I do think that I do not want to move back to my small chamber below the Fane. I do believe there's a mountain peak that has recently become quite cozy.
She tilts her head like, "Cozy?" She looks confused. Doesn't understand why Validus would want to go back up there after being trapped there for years. But does not push the point. Time or whatever other resources you need from me to secure your position, I will provide. I would like you healthy and a presence again here.
I don't think you need to do anything for that to happen. I don't want to...
That's like the best news ever.
I don't want to rely on you. Never have wanted to rely on you.
She gets in close and says, "It's not a matter of desire in this case. We have to stick together. We are forced to, because of hell." What I do for you is not just for you, but also for me.
As it should
I
be.
can't survive without you. She gets back. But if you can do that on your own, fine.
I absolutely cannot fight hell on my own. That's the entire point of most things I've been doing. I do believe you have a general gist of my overall ambitions, which pointedly do not include being alone.
Yes. However, this world being ruled by dragons also does not stop us from going to hell.
Not directly.
What else would you like to know?
I think I'm quite content with the things I currently know.
All right then.
Do let me know how the cicatrix fares in her conflict while I lay here recovering, and perhaps you could push her in the right direction.
She sort of like scratches her head and says, she's about to say like, "I'll try," but then she looks at him, sort of like swallows and says, "I'll see if she wants help."
If he doesn't, force it upon her.
She like blinks. Force it. You never forcibly helped any of us before. She like sort of like blinks and like, have you?
Every single time it feels like I have to force you to accept help.
I asked for help with. You know what? I'll go do it. She like aborts the argument and just leaves.
That's new for both of them.
She's sort of like you know, she reasons to herself like this is what has to come from like it's like she wanted Valignith back, and this is part of having Valignith back. She has to work through that. She doesn't like this personal growth, but
It's a lot more calm.
yeah.
The Cygnus got the last word in the discussion here? Oh.
Yeah, so she'll orchestrate it through like message through intermediary to like Zepha's Den, like bounce to her cicatrix that Valignith is healing, and as Valignith is freed, that frees up Imizure's resources and time, and so there's like a sort of like a large gap, and there is a sentence that I'll even write down here that the note ends with. It says, "What is your desire?"
Damn.
As, if it is fucking Valignus' wish for her to forcibly put help on Cicatrix, then the fucking were rats are going to be pulled up, and it's not even that hard to infiltrate Westgate.
Oh no. It's
Sort
like
of walk in, especially
Yeah.
if you're a rat. It's like,
Yeah,
crap. It's like,
oh boy.
the fucking were rat having moves to Westgate.
yeah,
Make
where
sense.
are they gonna be? You know? So,
Let me find the teal halo here.
yes.
Mm,
The Captain Council like, what the fuck happened? Who are they?
rats.
You know, just
No,
your
they're
ordinary run of the mill everyday like humanoids. You know, no
Yeah.
problem.
These guys weird.
Yeah, like
I
in
feel
this
like before the Cicatrix even sends a reply back, the Rare Red just shows up. Like, it's that obvious. It's just like, oh, she's in war.
I mean, the thing is, were rats fit. Like, there is were rats in Westgate, just
Mhm.
That's a
They are
thing.
already.
but not these ones. But now there is.
Maybe you can even
It's like
recruit
a city
here.
with lots of like harbors and canals and stuff. It's perfect for them, really. Open sewers everywhere.
It is. What a city for the scape. I mean, where rats.
Vermintide.
Murder kill.
Oh, no, I'm not a dwarf.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Oh
Let's
boy. Well,
Take
that
closer there.
changes things.
Let's snuggle up there. Here we go.
That certainly changes things for power balance wise. It's not a weak force that's joined up. And it's one that actually cares about being a force compared to both the Marked and the Captain's Council, whose people look at themselves and feel disgusted a little bit. Their low sovereignty.
Wow, I'm sorry. I have had a lot on my plate.
Yeah, no time for festivals or something. Yeah. Yeah.
What's Forsakentrix's reaction? Are we taking actions right at the start of initiative? Because we could fucking do that.
Yeah,
Go down.
I think she's just like, like a little shocked first, and then it's just like the most evil fucking grin in the world. Just like, the hungry dragon grin of like, oh yes. She has two interests, and it's, destroying Yarful and murder. And, one of those is certainly being fulfilled now.
Mhm.
I mean, she had hoped to maybe get some other allies, but she
No,
didn't expect
normally Imizure would have made Forsakentrix ask, but Valignif directly telling her help
Yeah.
Forsakentrix.
Yeah. So basically, it's the were rats under command of
Yes.
Yeah.
And moving the token here is also it's most of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's no small amount.
Yeah, well, now we gotta win.
Like any individual were rat's gonna be they're not gonna put their entire organization on the line for Forsakentrix's dreams, but this is a commitment.
I mean, the truth is that neither is mistaken.
Exactly. Worst case, someone else can have this city.
No, yeah, definitely. But I mean, it's just about not being in the bottom and murdering, the Night Masters.
Yeah. Who have no money.
Yeah, well, that's sad.
There's no way to make money at the moment.
So what do I need to do? Do I need to do these were rats need to assassinate some leaders for Forsakentrix? Where are we going with here?
It's a new year. New things happening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You're more of a stealthy person.
All right, so the were rats then will use their sinister operatives. I've seen folks take unconventional acts of warfare to assassinate leaders before, and I believe that is exactly what they're going to do. Who are the leaders of the Night Masters? They will ask the marked. Well, that's Forsakentrix. And when directed, they will go find those leaders and try to kill them.
Yeah.
Sure. That's trying to get sovereignty by killing all the...
Because these were rats never engage in a fair fight.
Yeah.
Let's get this ball rolling here.
Oh.
All right, that's might plus influence. That's 2 plus 3 plus an extra 2. That's 7 dice. They do not roll a pair. They're new here.
Boy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just, a lot of drow had to tell apart, maybe. So maybe they do assassinate a couple people, but it's just not the right people.
It's not the right people. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Beyond that, I tell you, there's a lot of the Night Masters, and sovereignty and might is their two highest stats right now. Just
that makes sense.
How things have worked out. They're dirt poor. They have nothing.
Yeah.
A lot of them have rags or weapons they've just scavenged.
They try again.
But,
So it'll be with 6 dice. Triple threes.
They'll try to defend. They use sovereignty and might to try to start it off. Yeah. There would be people sort of bursting into wherever hiding place the rabbits are, but they've already left, and the commander is already dead.
Okay.
Yes. Bam, 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 bam.
Just stop it. Yep, as their sovereignty is lowered by 1 temporarily until they can put up new people. Right.
Yeah. I'll use sovereignty and treasure to increase might, hiring other were rats in the city. And treasure, that'll be 6 dice.
No lack of opportunity, certainly.
All right, it gets done. Treasure. We'll say sovereignty will go down by 1 in this case. Might will go up by 1.
Bringing in people who are not as loyal.
Bringing in people who are not as loyal. And we will attempt that attack against their sovereignty again, because Grimmeth remembers that if you take their sovereignty and one of their other attributes, like treasure, down to 0, that's it, they're done.
Yeah.
Yes.
With a permanent 0, so it's a bit It can be rough, but yeah.
Okay. It'll be a pair of 18 pair of 7s and a pair of 3s.
They don't need to defend against that.
God!
Just you slice right in there. Another leader, like the Dwergar. They're invisible otherwise. Just appears visible, collapsing over. Right.
Mm-hmm.
They speak of creatures that cannot be harmed by ordinary weapons. The Nightmasters certainly don't have silver on them.
They're probably vampires. Oh.
God.
Not the Nine Masters. Where at Coven, yes. Where at Coven, they might be vampires. Oh my god.
Vampires, they just fight forever.
You know what?
Yeah. You have halved their current sovereignty.
Yeah. We'll
temporarily
see if I can recruit anyone else with treasure and sovereignty. See if I can throw that around. Nope.
Nope.
All right. We'll decrease the.
You have 4 sovereignty? Holy crap! I need to celebrate some parties or something.
We'll lower the treasure down by 1. Where rats are like, nah, we did enough for now.
All right, yeah. The Nightmasters have taken a bit of damage to their might and a bit to the sovereignty because they've lost some leaders, and I don't think anyone's really sure where from. You know, it's like who even?
What just happened? Yeah.
Who could know? Yeah. Do you have any actions you want to take, or should we just begin doing?
No. Yes.
Song and dance.
I definitely want to take action, and I will.
We'll have a cutaway here to Imizure, like saying, like, Valignith, it is done. Now, if you can also assist Wisikatrix, order your Fane to produce weapons for the Mark to use in the Guild War.
Should be easy enough. I mean, I'm not there to make some personally, so they'll be lower quality, but I'll get back to that at some point. Yeah, he'll send a message.
Sure.
Presumably, he's got like one of the skin wings stationed here to act as a messenger.
It makes sense.
They have
it's probably better fed than any, like, just delightfully fed, that skin wing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sending stones too, but having an actual, like, messenger does seem appropriate.
Sure, you can sovereignty territory. You want to use your asset to...
Sovereignty territory. It's a bit damaged. Overall.
Do?
A lot of things were done, but I still have 5 dice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The temporary increase of might for the marked.
Probably the were-rats then help as an intermediary, bringing like these amazing, like wonderful, like shiny, fucking kick-ass, newly minted weapons to the mark.
All knives, all just like jagged, fucking crazy swords. And
wicked, like curved blades.
None of them are non-serrated. They're all just made to
have all of it, right?
Reservoirs for poison.
With the extra free, Vermin feels none the wiser. No.
I love that. It's great. As he's like pondering, like, what the hell do I do now with my obligation? Shit.
He's pondering in the background. The Smiths are like taking out the weapons, like.
Yeah, it's such a it's such like a Valignith thing to do. Like, Vermin like lays in the center of like, and like starts thinking like, well, fuck, what do I do now? All the other minions are active.
Maybe the Snowflake Mountains side now is this time of year, yeah.
So, I can...
Your might goes up by 1.
Yeah. I can raise treasury by influence and territory, yeah? Or is it
influence and sovereignty?
Okay, influence and sovereignty. Yeah.
Sovereignty always has to be one of the attributes.
When you temporarily raise things. It's the cohesion. Basically, this means that because your people are not that loyal, when you ask for loans and such, they might skim stuff off the top.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, such is the price of.
Yeah, they have to be well paid to really.
Well, I do get money.
They'll do it, yeah, because you got the connections from Tizir.
Yeah, I know. Great.
To pull upon.
Yeah, that shipment included some of that cool like gunpowder shit that's all the rest.
Don't have too much more of it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's not a minus. This should be pluses here.
Yeah, +1 might, +1 treasure.
Yeah, I know.
You're gearing up before anyone
We're
else
gonna
gets to have
fuck
their
these
turn.
people over. Yeah, I mean, without further ado, I think that it's time to attack the Night Masters. That's what I think.
All right. What symbolic attack? I would almost guess too.
What stats are
That would
those?
be against sovereignty.
Yeah. Oh
So
yeah, but
destroy
I'll
them.
use might and treasure, right?
Oh yes, it's just the goal of what you're trying to do with your
Yes,
attack.
definitely. We're attacking that.
Okay, going in there, showing your superiority.
Yeah. That's exactly what we're gonna do.
Furious spring offensive. Oh boy, that's a lot. But you know they'll pull in the city guard here to try to defend against that. They have them now.
It's true, they do have them now.
It would be a shame not to use them. So yeah, you'll find that there's places are now accepted as refugees by the city of Westgate, and
I love that.
no, they fail to defend. They should probably break into like the jail that's been made to
Yeah, you know, it's almost like we don't give a shit. Like if we
about the
also
law.
kill the guards, you know, like
It would be illegal for you to continue, and you're like,
he didn't finish his arrest order, so technically we're not arrested.
That's how that
you have
works.
to save your cop.
Guy the well, okay,
You
well
didn't read our rights. Let's continue.
I'm gonna keep going.
All right, sure.
You
You
know,
certainly can. They will. Yeah.
oof, that's not
Probably
great. Roll.
choose. They'll try the city guard again. There's a chance they could. No,
Oh.
no. Maybe the city guard doesn't like the vampires.
Yeah,
Like actually. All right. Yeah, they now have a temporary 0. If you can reduce that, every further attack you do on their sovereignty will permanently reduce it.
Well, we're going again.
Essentially, the reason they have high sovereignty is not because it's because they are together, right? They're outsiders together. They speak the same language. They have the same culture in a place where no one else really does. But you're even eroding that. You're showing that they can't stay together. That why should a drow die for a dwargar?
Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't make any sense.
Are you also helping with those attacks? Because if so,
Oh,
you're
yeah.
adding like an extra die to those.
I think that's what I mean. I attacked twice, right? So I don't have my
Okay.
my
This
plus
guard is
anymore.
not paying off as much as they hoped it
Yes.
would. All right, that's a permanent reduction to their sovereignty. Not enough to disintegrate them yet, but
No, I know.
but the captain's council. Let's have them act first here. It's a little out of order,
Buddy,
but I feel like it's
come on.
relevant. So
Motivation.
there. You know what? It's very motivating that you joined them and said, "Hey, you will rule this city," and my friends think so too. And
you're
then a
like,
bunch of show up.
and then a
They're
bunch.
like, yes, this is what we're talking about. Whereas can swim, you know.
No, and the
Umberly be praised. No, beyond that, Umberly and Millar, they're kind of allies in like the deities of fury.
Yeah.
They're they have a common goal there.
it's a future alliance waiting to
Sadly,
happen. Oh man,
not a good
that's
start.
fair.
But,
That's fair.
what do you know? Let's try to borrow some money so you can up that. They do good. And they can take that on the influence instead, and then they can try again to strike. That's a flimsy success if I saw one. I think the Rippers will want to stop that. They like to keep on top here. I feel like they got this. Yes,
Yeah.
they got it. I got it.
I feel like the captain's council, like me, are stopped by the lack of boats involved in these endeavors.
No again. Let's try to use land here to draw up some manpower. Yes. Never say that they don't try. Okay, there's another attack. Rivers will try to defend again because, why not? They failed this time. Sad for them, but good for the council, and bad for the Night Masters, who at this point their allies are beginning to look at them as maybe more of a liability.
Mm-hmm.
You know how much heat they're drawing, but
Good.
See about using territory and sovereignty to increase my might by finding new recruits in the lands I own.
Yeah.
2
That's-
and 3 is 5. I do
turn
it.
some more people into were-rats.
Yep. Turn some more people into were-rats.
Recruiting is your fucking direct. Were-rats having like a rampage through the town.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Go into the slum, come out with a bunch of new people. Yeah, they're not good fighters, but I mean, they have claws of ferocious and full of disease. So
And the hardcore veterans, servants of Malar, and winners, because that's what we do. We win.
It's true.
It's much different from Tizir, where they had to be careful.
It's true. They can just open warfare.
Yeah.
So no one cares what anyone like. If you're not on the top, no one gives a shit what you are.
Yeah, I mean, they don't like the Night Masks because the Night Masks ruled this city with an iron fist for a long time, but yeah, really.
No, it's not like the behemoth is like, oh, I hate vampires. It's like
city, no, it's a city where where indeed a fucking beholder might say, "Oh, vampires can't rule the city. That's just uncivilized and terrible. These are monsters. Look at them."
Yeah, exactly. The beholdersness.
All right, let's hold pat. Go through the initiative. After all, there might be some consequences for the Dragon Fane.
They're
be
right.
around for.
They have a lot of expended ability and power and such. All right. So let's take a look here. First, we've got a Harper's. We'll just move. I'm gonna move over here. Yeah. Predictable, but that's how it goes. Euribor's happy, so yeah, that means us to the Captain's Council, who already acted, so I guess that's fitting. Leads us off to Cormier, who want to help their people. I mean, really, they're losing Westgate pretty quickly. They already lost Tizir and Sembia. There's the Cult of the Dragon, but that's not really a port city. Cormier is split. There's a lot of things going on for Cormier, and they need to deal with some of this stuff. So they'll stop by sending some aid to the Fire Knives. God knows they need it. So here, half strength. So yes. Okay. And then maybe a bit of money. If they can get it there, no. I'll provide a little bit of aid for the
Way to squeak it, Cormier, with the just bare minimum required to help.
Yeah, it's just maybe they don't feel so good about it. Sending money to these assassins. What they do feel good about is supporting their Cormier expedition. That is something. So, let's see. No. And can we get another one? Good. Cormier will send reinforcements to the Cormier expedition in preparation for a grand strike. Did I give them their own initiative? I did not. Then they will act on Cormier's. Because they want to try to dislodge the Cult of the Dragon here. Now, Elvasalt is currently influenced by Emizurai and by the Harpers to both not like the Cult of the Dragon currently.
Yeah, I was influencing like the city guard to arrest members of the Cult of the Dragon, thinking that they were Harpers.
Yeah. I think the Cold Dragon here will. It's not their turn though. They don't have time. So the Chimerian expedition will first try to influence the people of Elversalt to not necessarily be on the beck and call, because they don't actually want to attack and then have to fight the city guard. That's not really what they're about. They'll do so with influence and treasury. Okay, well, you know. Ooh, okay, well. Call the Dragon, of course, does not want that to happen. They like having control, so they will try to do influence on territory. To say no. And they will fail. Even with their more dice. I think honestly, the city of Elversalt is okay with it. Influenced by Cormier.
It's been a rough decade for the city of Elversalt.
Yeah, they're just gonna try not to. That leads Cormier to the expedition here to attack the Cold Dragon. Sheep. Dragon Fane will get the request for weapons and assistance. Cormier is attacking the Cold Dragon in retaliation for their attack on Cormier.
Well, we can't have that, can we? Dragonfang is very banged up. I don't... As much as Veliknev would like to support them, he can't.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
they need to learn to, show some initiative, act by themselves. I mean, his people did it, so that's the new standard.
The tenets of Tiamat do not include suicide your more valuable minions for a bunch of humanoid.
Yeah.
All right, then. I suppose we'll just have the Cormirians a strike here. Apparently they're doing pretty well in force. Okay, but maybe the Colorado can defend. This is a strike against their sovereignty. That's what Cormier sees to do. They're here to kick them out. Yeah, I mean, no. Instead, they won't try it. It's too much. What they'll do instead is to take the chance to try to rally some more supporters, which they can do. They need dice pretty desperately to defend against this. They defend against the harbors. They can do things we don't expect them to. Beyond that, they will also purchase mercenaries. That's the thing they can do. No mercenaries available. Unfortunate. Well, we'll have Cormier do another attack then. Because Cormier's here to finish this. Double ones.
Really trying your hardest here, Cormier.
Hold of the Dragon will counterattack. That's how you support that. No. No. Oh, it would
That
be
was your greatest opportunity to counterattack, Cole.
Like Cormier strikes and it halts and feebles and they don't really know. Like it's hard to attack Gold Dragon because usually they're hidden and you storm into the cult hiding places and then the cult tries to ambush you, but that just brings them into the line of fire instead of keeping them away. And a bunch of them are cut down. Oh, that was a bad blow. They will once again request Dragon Thane support. Things are not going well.
Nope, you're on your own.
Well, Cormier is not going to relent. That's a yes. They have to accept that punch to the face. Thing is, Cormier might actually run out of.
I say they should ask Tempia
they,
for help instead.
they have a lot of sovereignty. These cults. So. Okay, yeah, won't defend against that either. Okay, might defend against that.
Hey, this is all the greatest setup for when the Red Banner host runs and just rides in the Elversalt.
Sit down. So we'll try, I guess. Yes, they defend. No sovereignty loss. Haha. But, yeah, they're looking pretty bad. So is the Cormyrians. Fortunately, they can try to gather recruits from the surrounding area. People who maybe have been, like, fled from so maybe from Proscure. You know, that's a place that don't like what's going on there. For multiple reasons, they'll try to territory. So, yes. Good. They can gather some more locals, basically. Yes, their own people are wounded. Wounded people being sent back across to Marsember.
Folks who lived in Proscure when the cult attacked from Elversalt.
Yeah, they're not popular. They'll strike again. That's the first actual loss of sovereignty called. At this point, probably thinks that they can just try to weather the storm. Or use influence? Could they? Yeah, let's try using influence to gather some money. No. Well, it's worth a try. Another strike, another attack. Yes, another attack hits. And another one? No. Okay. Well, that basically means they can't do it now. So the expedition will have to halt. Having done strikes and like tried to root out the cult, but there's just too many. They're too deeply rooted for them to be able to accomplish it this year. Still, work was done. People are less afraid of the cult than they were before. Less believing in its absolute power.
We're being saved.
Ever so slowly. In warfare, it's great.
Yeah. Pay no attention to the giant horde of mercenaries on the other side of us.
The cult of Asmodeus. Well, they got their ally. Not now suddenly though there's all these other people coming and doing things. They need more friends, but there isn't really more friends to be had. It's hard to draw in any more people at least, so I suppose they'll just have to do their best to strike. Yeah, what's their current goal? Well, they can't really strike against you. They have no reason to strike against you, more importantly, so I guess tell you what, they'll go for the Night Masks. Why not? Let's go beat up some, probably the Ripper actually. Yeah,
the Rippers.
And I gotta go see if we can just attack him straight up. No. None of that. They try, but the mind flayers just tear them apart.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just do some influencing here to get some more money.
Yeah, this is why Hell doesn't take the direct approach. Mind flayers tear them apart.
Yeah. So let's recruit some people from grow the cult a little bit here. Just to okay, they bloodied their nose. They're okay with that. They're not really super into this fight anyway. They're not gonna commit super hard. Nathlan looks at things, considers things, wants to honestly I think they might want to stop whatever the land poison situation. As much just because it's the were-rats doing it.
Yep. That Sphinx was able to come back and oh, terrible things are happening.
Yeah, they don't appreciate this. They don't really want to go across the river either. But on the other hand, you're doing it right there, so they're going to try to project their power, essentially resisting or counteracting the unconventional warfare.
Makes sense.
Using might and sovereignty to reach across and say no. Well, in this case, you have established already that. So they beat the policing here. Basically, your were-rats will have to fall back.
Yeah, to the Warrens.
Yeah, but they can't actually manage to get through enough to fix the poison. It's too deeply ingrained in the land, even as you're not there to reinforce it. They'll try to push it a little bit. No. 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 It's not happening.
Just Nathlin like environmentalists and like
Basically, yeah. They send out people, but a couple sphinxes trying to use their nature magic, but even without the rabbits being there, it's more than they can do. And at some point they lose the support for it. There's more important things they should be doing. Now it's gonna be much more hard for them to revive the cult of Nubanian while having to try to get care of that, so
yes.
but they will try. Why not? Nah. It's gonna have to wait another year.
That was the plan. Yes.
Have to wait another year. Well, Sun Guild? Well, they're in now. Things are happening around them. That's cool and all.
Welcome to the city.
Let's trade for slaves. Let's earn some money. Yes, that's some money. Good. What else can we do? What else can we do? We can recruit some people, maybe. Oh, yes. Should have attacked.
No kidding.
And then we can go attack someone on the top. Let's attack the Night Masks. Send out, fight some vampires. What's more honorable than that? Oh, boy. Okay, well.
What is more honorable than fighting vampires?
God. The rivers will have to try to stop that because, actually, let's send the city. City Guard. City Guard, go. No.
Doesn't beat a pair of tens.
Yeah, they're just here to kill some vampires, so they will. Like you said, the Nightmaster is stretched thin. They need to eat someone to grow. They have had problems with recruitment recently. Yeah, let's keep going. Why not? Luck's on their side. Yeah, Boris was on their side. Maybe not then. Another go. Okay, well, they're done. They struck, they attacked, they gathered strength, they hired mercenaries. It was a bit of a fluke, perhaps, that they actually managed to go in and do some damage. They're not a powerful faction, but yeah, they do their part, as you might expect. Then we have the Westgate City Guard. What's their job? Their job currently is to protect the rule. As such, they will try to do so. Draw upon influence, get some money, recuperate it. I remember that I actually don't need money at the moment. So instead, try to do a little bit of conscription. No one's into that, I guess. Well, then the current most dangerous thing for them might actually be the Marked. So I think they will order them to attack the Marked. Doing a raid. They will be going for preemptive defense here. Just slay some of them. These are all criminals anyway. It's justified. That's a failure. Taking their bit of treasury. Well, that's what they're going to do then. The Centaurm. Let's see how many people do we now. We have. We'll roll a d12. Say Immiserae don't count because they are. Ari, are you with us?
Yeah. Sorry, I was sitting over here swearing. That is just a charm again. But I don't like it. I don't like it.
That's the Nightmasters. So they
Woo!
will be target
I do like that.
of the Centaur's force. They don't act intelligently right now. They just lash out and kill a bunch of Nightmasters. Physical, just murder a bunch of them. Roll again, please. 12.
Yeah. Well, you can't win every time, right?
Hmm.
or or oh, who the fuck's that?
Fire knives.
Oh well,
As
okay with
they
that.
will attack them then. And that's a failure. Well, then they'll just do a last attack against the sleepers, and then that's probably it for them. Trying to just kill a bunch of them. Sleepers will try to defend. They understand that this is a do or die situation. No, that's not.
Well, die.
Yeah. Yes, we'll take a bit of damage here. Two of their stats, which puts them in a bad spot. But that's how it goes. Centaurum have done their thing. They've thrown a little bit of chaos around. Hurt some people. That's what they're here to do. Order the Basilisk. Their ally has done stuff. They feel like they need to. I mean, they don't want to conquer anyone. They just want to take over. So to do that, they need to take down the Night Masks. They've done it before. Let's do some sovereignty damage to these vampires. First, of course, Sempia hasn't acted yet. They will have to try to draw upon their own connections to earn some. They're call on their wealthy families to come bankroll their weird hobby.
We've got ourselves a wonderful sport going on here in Westgate.
Oh,
Vampire season, I say. Yeah. They'll have to recruit. They had recruited some local nobles as well. Yeah, some of them didn't like it, but that's how it goes sometimes.
By the light of saloon or some
Let's
sort of
go kill some vampires. Oh yes, I will certainly do it.
gosh, fucking damn it!
It's fucking evil gentlemen's club
Yes, I
Oh,
know.
using their crazy contraptions
money can do.
with their
It's like
stickers of brandy.
it's a literal murder party where they go and murder and then they drink their victim's wine.
Like a fucking
Something like that.
armored carriage rides in, fucking
This, yeah.
like automated crossbows appear out of either side,
Oh,
Oh my god!
and then the crossbows,
Wow!
the carriages ride out.
Oh my god!
we need more money.
Lord!
We had, but just if we could strike one chance. MS kind of have to defend against that one. Oh, they can't personally. 2, that's 3. Well, okay.
Oh,
Oh well, there we go. The River's stepping up their game and protecting against a strike that would maybe have sent the Night Masks out, so that these guys could have taken over. That'd be something. They still might do things, but they're going to wait for Symbian money to do it. Seeker, though, if there is a time to strike, it's probably now. We'll again also draw on some money. You need some. He has contacts. Even if he's not personally going to do things. Let's see if we can draw some more. No manpower do we have? Oh well. Try to attack the Night Masks because now you don't need to do very much.
Well, you need to succeed, guys.
Succeed, yeah.
Like that's not.
That's
technically
Oh come. Oh well,
minimal.
embracing that Cormier strategy. Yes.
No, I mean that'll do it. That'll begin damaging Night Masks permanently, which means that they will be pushed away.
Just where the Seeker wanted to be. Yes.
And the city will now be no longer controlled. The masks are not destroyed, but they have permanent sovereign damage, so you can't control them.
See, I wanted to do that, but I figured we could not keep it right now.
Well, the Seeker is sitting here. And the thing is, his acid is himself, but he only shows up when you're attacking him. Because otherwise he doesn't care. He's actually much harder to dislodge defensively than he is at attack. As his people have taken the house, now he'll show up and basically having his like minions do it. Now he can show up and begin changing what's important in Westgate. What Westgate needs to do is find the hand and eye of Vecna. That is prime direct.
Yes, libraries. That's what we need.
That is central.
What the fuck?
The Night Masks are like, were vampires really worse than this?
These like arrogant wizards, and the Cult of Asmodeus,
It's true, and the Cult of Asmodeus.
and the Purple Mask is there,
Yeah.
like, gentlemen thieves. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Strange bedfellows.
I remember that meeting between among the Seeker and everyone not so many sessions ago. We're not supposed to control,
Yeah.
but just prevent Cormier from controlling it.
Mhm.
Here we are.
Theron rolls their
Yeah.
eyes.
Right.
Things happen.
We got Termish, who at this moment is happy to just hang out. Interested in doing anything. Thayan expedition wants to try to draw upon their power to discover new things. They need difficulty of 5 here on their research rolls, so we'll see if they can do it. Well, we've been drawing on their influence so far, so I guess we continue doing that. Nope. What if they raise their influence a bit? That would take treasury, which they could do it. Perhaps. Yes, okay. That gives them basically another roll at the same. No, that's 2s. Thoroughly inefficient at this very moment. Not a lot getting done there. That's sad for them. Nathlan's not super into helping them, so they had a chance. The Fire Knives have resources and a target, and they need allies, but no one wants to be their friend because they're allied to Cormier, and that alliance, though Cormier's given them stuff now finally. I guess they're gonna try to attack the Seeker. They want to get the throne. It's gonna be a sovereignty attack. Oh boy.
Oh, wow.
It's like,
Seeker might have to take that, all things considered.
you guys realize you're just being led around by some dummy who just chopped off his hand, right?
The wizard, he just wants to be evil and do bad things. We're assassins, we're better. I guess. Yeah, they'll strike again. Oh, that's a bad roll. Well, also bad.
Come on, guys. If I can pull yourself together.
They're gonna stop there. They don't want to. They know they're very unpopular. They want to just get executed by someone.
Cormier is paying for that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was not what they hoped. All right. The Sleepers Council. Defend a bit there. It's gonna see. They have influence though. Let's use their strength. Get some money in this town. Just let's raise some resources. They have fanatics that will give everything they have to this faction. So that's a great asset to have, as it turns out.
Why? Why would they do that?
Kill the Centaurum.
They just want to please the beholder?
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. I also felt the cold.
Because the Beholder is such a mighty, powerful creature.
I know. I just want to keep him as a pet.
Okay.
Getra levitates. Don't you
He's so simple. I just want to feed him dead bodies, and you're like, "Bah, bah, 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 bah."
Trump.
You know, like
He continues to like
he can be my like English bulldog.
local Centarm around. Perhaps surprisingly strong these days.
Mhm. It's like when you actually provoke them, they're pretty.
And you know what? He's getting tired of doing this alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Marked. Getra would like to be your friend if you help him by attacking the Centarm.
I can't, man. I want it so bad.
But Getra's offering to be your friend, and you can
I
trust Beholder.
He can change his color to yours, but the Centauran will be a primary target.
No, they cannot. No, not right now.
Well,
No.
then he'll have to continue. I mean, they disrespected him, and he, if nothing else, has no. Look at that! Oh damn!
Oh my
He
god!
has no chill. Well, that
Come
roll
on,
should have
dude.
been something better than just gathering power. I don't know,
Yes,
wait, really?
yes, you gathered power.
And then failed to use it. Oh well. One day, he screams he will take over the Centauran and bend them to his will. Then this whole town will be his. Because he said no one loves him or cares about him. And that's okay. Because he's a monster. So. Tizir. Well, I mean, there's a couple people who need help. So, let's see if we can lend some money to the Marked. Yes, Marked have +1 treasure.
Yes.
And then we'll see if we can do it to Gentleman's Club. Yes, and
No.
and everyone they want to support gets to have some money. Look at that. That is how you're being a nice town of this. You're living up to all your. So you'll pay the Blue Sun Guild. They'll pay the Basilisk, and the Marked.
Yeah.
The Night Masks. Well, that didn't go so well. That was disappointing. That said, they're pretty damaged right now. So what can they do? They don't want to die. So instead, they will try to spend some of their considerability here to just gather some more people. Oh yeah, that's good.
Oh, they do that.
Gives them a little bit of defense, though their current attack abilities are pretty strained. Yeah, I think they just care about surviving right now, so they'll not spend too much of their power. The Emerald Enclave is currently just dealing with its own thing. It's happy to just keep things stable. Their internal politics compels them to just sort of want to see forests grow. That's the most active thing you can do. Sembia. Yeah, I mean things are looking around the Dragon Coast, things are going okay for Sembia. It's almost like there's some people wanting the same thing. So, who wants to get money to kill the Fire Knives? Hmm? No, that's quiet.
So, do it. I have other.
Well, you know who might. Fine, sure, yeah, that's good. No one then. But the Call of the Dragon, they need help. They need money.
They do.
But then again, they did survive, so Sembia thinks maybe that's actually not necessary. Which means, who would Sembia want to? Who could they actually reach? I'm gonna do a check here for them to be informed. Just figure out what's going on that they could actually get involved in that they might not know about.
It makes sense.
Now, influence is something they're great at, so they could probably be pretty well informed. Double sixes, okay. Let's say like sort of this sort of general area. Which would teach them about the Red Banner host. Things are going fine in Westgate. But they could. I mean, why not?
Pay the Red Banner host to defeat the Corvirian expedition.
Yeah.
Woo!
They could live here.
Yeah.
Seems great. Somebody wants that. And if they can kill some Corvirians, that's good. Yeah. Let's funnel money to them. That seems like a great
I love
Yeah.
yes.
The Red Banner host worked so
Yes.
hard to get like this permanent treasury increase, and ever since then,
Money.
yeah,
Have all the money. And you know what? Do they want some mercenaries? They do want mercenaries. So
all you got to do is kill Cormyrians, and their leaders are like, "Who?
mercenaries, yes.
Who? Them? Okay."
sure.
If they're purple, they gotta go. Yeah, that's what Sembia is happy to do.
Purple is out.
It's good. The Spirehorn tribe, they might have heard on too, but just shaking their heads. Spirehorn tribe is just there's just no
Lizard
opportunities
people.
for them right now. Everything's too strong. Or not close enough to water. The purple masks
I know that feeling.
are happy to be on top. Yeah, they want to just keep this position. So they're just going to keep their resources ready to defend their allies to maybe control the city for a turn. That'd be great.
Well, I still have something to do.
Yeah, you want to do it now?
Well, the thing is that I am on a mission to destroy the Night Masters, right?
You are, yeah.
And they're pretty weak right now.
It's true.
So like I feel like I don't need to give them here if possible.
Mhm.
You know. I don't know how much I can damage them, but
Try. I can tell you need 2 more sovereignty damage. So
okay,
it might
well,
be within your reach.
yes.
Well, that'll
Oh,
certainly take one.
bam!
There's no one there that can. I don't think there's many people in the city who can stop that attack.
Okay, let me reduce it.
As you basically strike in and show them more of your dominance, just cutting them down. Their allies
Mhm.
look at that and they're like, no, involved.
5 dice. Do we do it? Do we do it? Yes, we do.
It's not a bad pool.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, they do want to defend because no point in not doing that. Can any of their allies? No. They literally, this is the best they can do. So
Yes. Eat
Yeah.
shit.
yeah, they get attacked, struck out, and now you have an opportunity here. I can tell you. You can make your you can try to. They are basically in a position right now where you can try to take them over, if you wish. You've done it before.
I can't. I already have 2 sovereignty. I
You'd go down to
cannot
1.
use it to 1. No, I will not.
So, what would it take to like remind me for like this whole like takeover thing, Manikai? Like, what does that involve?
Yes, basically you have to reduce 2 of their qualities to 0, one of which must be territorial sovereignty. Right?
Okay, and their sovereignty is currently 0.
Yeah. Beyond that, you need to be sort of in the same tier of them,
Okay.
which currently you are. You're like in the same size. Then you reduce your sovereignty by 1, no matter what. It goes down by 1 permanently. And any score you have equal with them goes up by 1. And anything they're better at than you goes up by 1.
Okay.
Man, I got a shitty deal. I didn't get anything other than a reduce in sovereignty.
So
I can tell you for these guys, you'd get +1 might.
so I think Ziaze would go to the like Tricks and be like, hey, like you set up like the Night Masters for us and
Yeah.
we'll take care of it. Bankrupt them. We'll handle the rest.
Yeah.
No one will have to. No one else will ever have to know.
To turn all of them.
Yeah.
Right. Then where at, Gavin? If you would give me an attack. there'll be no defend. If you can succeed, you can do it.
Yeah, so I'm rolling what for the attack? It's just like a normal attack, like might plus treasure?
Yep.
Okay, I'll roll a might plus treasure then, which for me is currently 4 dice.
You can
Yeah,
draw first if you want.
yeah, I think so.
Though at this point, if you guys don't, someone else will. Want to try to?
No, I mean I'll attack them if
Yeah.
to kill them, but like
Yeah.
I don't suppose I can attack them and then have Grievous take them over like that.
Yeah, we'll say that I'll go ahead and squeeze down on territory one more time in an attempt to increase treasure, territory, and sovereignty, which is 1 and
More
then
money from merchants.
yeah, more money from merchants. Aha! Need 4 dice. Nope, doesn't get done.
Oof.
We'll drop the sovereignty down. Yeah, okay. So, might and treasure, that's 4 dice. Let's give it a spin.
Come on.
Pair 10.
Yes.
What a success that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can then kill them, and if you wish, you can conquer them.
I think so. I think that is
Yeah.
like where we're at, sort of like mentality there. Like, what if we just make more of us, and then we can ride giant spiders? This is a genius plan. If he's already Legion Fear, will love this. I'll lower my might for the
All right, let me take a look here then. Of course, the resource you gain will be spent at the beginning.
Yep.
Let's see here. You will reduce your sovereignty by 1.
Yep. Done.
Immediately. Basically, a lot of them are not. They're new. They're not necessarily.
4 has turned
They're
into
like
a
other religions and whatnot,
yeah.
Oh, well, no.
You beyond that, they have 1 more might than you, so you will increase your might to 3.
Okay. 3 minus 1. All right.
As new numbers swell your ranks, Dwerga rarets, drow rarets. It is a strange bunch, perhaps. With
You know
Neblin
what
rarets.
Renlar is nothing if not inclusive. He doesn't, whatever race, whatever age,
It'll
just
make them stronger.
yeah, come.
All these maimed people suddenly can be healed by the magic of
That's right.
It's
horrible
beautiful.
lycanthropic curses.
True miracles.
Put
are
them out
being
here.
done.
The first sort of true casualty.
Yeah, well, maybe they should not have attacked me.
As within this year, the Were Rats only focused on the Nightmasters. It's the only faction we attacked and just destroyed and then devoured and cannibalized the Nightmasters. Loss of 1 sovereignty and a might gained.
Because as the little like teal group started to look around, oh,
Yeah. As they said, you said
focused effort.
we'll take care of the rest, and then they did.
Yeah.
Snacks.
Yeah, I feel like the mark just stand there, and then there's like, yes, we will take care of the rest. And just like look at them, and there's like this horde of fucking bodies. Like, yeah, yeah.
I mean, you got revenge. At least some of the people who attacked you are now were-rats. So,
Well,
that's
that's still, but their will was not really theirs anymore. So that's fine.
Thunderhome.
The rare rats had already assassinated all the leaders, so
Thunderhome's going to look at this conflict between Elvis and Cormier, and they're just going to wait. They're just going to.
They're ready to cash in.
Try to do Red Banner Host. Right now, it has like a bunch of symbiont stuff, and they're not into messing with that. So, a mountain exploded. It's unruly times. They don't know what's going to happen, but it probably isn't going to be super great for them. So they'll just bunker up and prepare for bad times. Then we'll see. They've tried to make some things happen that didn't happen. Oh, the Nightmasters never got their turn. Well, they're dead, so none of that. The Rippers.
Oh, it's beautiful.
They're annoyed. They lost it. They can get it back next turn, maybe. They suffered a lot trying to protect the Nightmasters, but wait. Red Banner Host. is paid to do things, and they will do it. They'll go over here and came to save the Elf Assault that doesn't cheer them on. But let's see how successful they are. That's really deciding how this is going to go. They have a lot of dice because this is what they're good at.
Cormier Expedition's like, what the fuck? Where did you
Down
guys?
from the mountains, have at them.
Jesus.
Yeah, that will have at them. Sort of
When the centaurs aren't riding into mountains, they do a decent job.
trying to take the field here. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to just push Cormirians out, and the Cormier just doesn't have the dice to stop them. Don't have.
Yeah, Cormier, the expedition already weakened from beating on the cold.
Yeah, just don't have it. So they can't even defend. There's no reason to. They just lose more. Okay, well that's they don't have any camps anymore. They're forced to uproot. And the host here is, I mean, why stop?
Why stop?
You can just win.
That's right.
Oh, they'll begin raiding. Tell you what,
Yeah, this sure beats fighting dwarves, yeah.
raid. And why not just raid again? Then it doesn't cost them nothing.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah, now they can't do that anymore because that's no longer profitable. But then again, they'll just do it again, not to gain anything, but to just try to get rid of them. Get out of here. With that, they will banish the Cormirian expedition, throw them back in the sea, and take possession of this area. Which we'll put them over there. There's of course some people who don't agree with, but you know, this city of Elvasalt is tantalizingly close.
And it has no defenses. Yeah.
The city is richer than them still, so you know. Let's start by gathering some of the new herd to just reinforce it.
Oh my god. The worst thing to happen was for the Red Banner host to actually get money. And now they've got money.
They have money.
We put them in contact with Symbia.
Or yes, this is going well for them so far. All right, time to sack Elvasalt. It seems like what they want to do. The actual city too, so strike at them. Oh, that is not a good roll. The city will have to try to defend itself. It's too risky. It's gonna have to take it.
The city's like, we'll stand aside, and then Cormier's gone, and
they still have more wealth than the Red Banner host. The Red Banner host isn't perturbed. They can just keep going.
Imagine, like, the last thing that you thought that you'd see outside is centaurs.
They're not supposed. They used to live on this plane, but then that plane exploded. So.
And then there was a fight over here, like over a decade ago.
No.
Oh.
That's certainly a success.
Oh no. Oh no, Elversalt.
They don't have any more money now in Elversalt. Well, Red Banner host was like to permanently increase their money, so they'll do it again.
How many dice is this?
9. As they will permanently.
They stole money from the hierarchy. Now they stole money from Elvers.
Yeah, they're well equipped at this point.
I'm so happy they're not by me. Oh my lord.
The force
to snowball.
Force I wanted to keep away from my territory has snowballed.
Oh my god.
Also, I mean, what else would they do at this point? I feel like. Do they want to rule Elvasalt? They don't really want to rule Elvasalt. Like, why would they?
I mean, at this point, the only faction they can get something from is Cormier, because everyone else is too small.
I don't know if they'll think like this. Elversalt right there is a linchpin on that trade road. If they control Elversalt, then any trade that wants to flow through has to go to them.
It's true. Yeah, fuck it. Let's take over the city. They're nothing if not gung ho.
They prove that.
Yeah.
Oh, terrible.
Thunderholm's like, we're saved? Question mark?
Attacks against sovereignty here. Zealosol, there's ones more. I mean, at this point, they're just walking down the streets, right?
Yep.
Looking people in the eye, saying, come, like, dare stop us. I think the city will finally have to actually do something, though. They can't just, no, not enough. That just further degrades there.
We live here now.
This is our house.
Yeah.
This is our house. Oh, maybe.
Hmm.
Can delay the inevitable? No.
Nope.
Yeah, okay. Well, Elvisalt, you're...
The few remaining wealthy merchants of the Cult of Dragon are banished.
As Call the Dragon, I guess, will...
Your icon isn't even this too big.
As these guys are going to sit there,
Even fit.
swinging that flag and being all...
I just love the image of like Cormyrian rulership, like getting this message from the remnants of their expedition. What?
Yes. As Symbian lords cackle and giggle to themselves at this event.
So they're having a great
Oh,
time.
yes. No, bring more centaurs. Why not?
Oh my god.
It's not my
That could just keep being Symbians like bludgeon, like they're Warhammer to wield around.
They're happy with it. Especially, like, if they could take over Westgate now, too, and they could keep paying the Red Banner host and Tizir, man, that's almost... That's almost
Right?
too much
Like,
just chaos. At this point, it's a
I
province.
feel like we've united two armies that are very, very, like, I mean, from their point of view, good for each other. But
Yeah. The Red Banner host has a lot of might, but not a lot of treasure. Well, they hadn't that lot of treasure, but...
Yeah, they've resolved that problem.
They have.
Zambia has a lot, so...
They have done what they couldn't do in the south. Couldn't do it against Amn. Somehow they kept failing. Couldn't do it against the dwarves, and now they find this place that's already been wrecked. And then...
Well, Zambia is
maybe
willing
going
to
here is the right choice.
Yeah, with Symbian money, you too can prosper.
Prior Pearl here, very happy that they have the Easting and Erebor protection pact. The dwarves maybe also happy that they didn't become the target of this, but then again, I mean, they're confident in their own defenses.
for now.
Well, it's the turn of the Cult of the Dragon. They've all been punched and slapped, and now there's centaurs in their town. Centaurs are not really against them, because the centaurs don't really recognize that they exist at the moment. They will send the news to Velignith.
Well, that's unfortunate for them. Maybe beginning of the new year, someone new should take over because their organization is not working.
Yeah, they think so too. Maybe there's a better spot for them. Maybe going to Tizir. That town has very few problems these days. And they could exchange the current Council of Merchants with their own people.
No.
Symbia probably won't pay them to do that.
No, it's true. I mean, if you don't think so, they just... What they might do, they might just go here. Might just go to the Dragon Fane. Who knows? Maybe in time they can be integrated into it.
Yeah.
They don't hate it too much at this point. They should have been kicked out of everything else. They have a Dragon Lord. Said that he's returned from beyond anything, so...
I don't hate the idea either.
Maybe that could be a project. They have a lot of abilities and powers that could help. Certainly strengthening in some aspects that it doesn't. They'll go hang out here for now, at least. To recover. The wasted wheat? Still weak. It's not their time. Cormyr isn't really investing a lot in them right now. They're just sitting here on the shore, looking over at Tizir. Maybe the opportunity will show at some point. But right now, Cormier has other things to deal with. The Fire Giants in Sutra's Hold.
Here we go.
Disappointed with current events, but has a plan. Fiery explosion killed the last of the Cloud Giants. This obviously, gunpowder, who knows that exists? Nobody knows that. What this was Sutor, the Fire Giant god's sign of divine provenance. He struck down the giants atop their lofty mountain as a symbol to them that they are indeed right. I'm gonna try to spin this whole thing into something that will give legitimacy. Maybe make people forget about that horrible thing that happened where some people killed some orcs. Maybe they were bad orcs. I mean, who cares about orcs anymore, right?
I like this. This is good.
Let's try to improve culture. That'll do it.
All right.
So we're gaining a bit of sovereignty. Basically just consolidating, but it is sold on this. They have, she somehow becomes known for someone who is liked by her god to the point where he struck down her enemies with a fiery explosion that shattered the top of a mountain. Certainly a sign that is undeniable. Everyone saw it and heard it.
Yeah.
That said, many of the stone giants further recede underground because they actually don't like to blow up mountains.
What?
So she at this point is sitting much more firmly on the hold, and in the future can do other things than just consolidating. Though what exactly is currently unknown to her. She didn't think she would get this far. In most of these thoughts.
At least not this. Maybe.
It's good. There's defenses that need to be rebuilt and whatnot. It's a whole thing. But, yeah, she has, to her mind, the useful bits of the hierarchy and then this fort. She has the watchtower she likes. She has the goblin cracks, which is good. She has this old ogre fort, which, is just sort of the northern border anyway. She controls the top of the tunnels and the southern tribes. She thinks this is what has value. Yeah, the mine would be nice, but it's so far away, and all the other things are just like old monuments that she doesn't care to defend anyway. She doesn't see that they have value. She could try to go up to the highest point, but there's 2 Thunderbirds still circling that place, and she doesn't want to deal with that, so who cares about it anyway? All right, then we have whatever's happening in the Gulfmere. We haven't dug that into that too far yet. At the moment, there's a bit of a stalemate sitting there. There is settlers backed by Termish to get rid of some of their overpopulation. Of course, being faced with forces of, the Malarites, really. The people of the Black Blood are various a loose confederation of interest from Lycanth, basically. It's a faction that you can see collecting itself around the realms from time to time whenever civilization pushes too far into the deep and wild places. The Enclave itself is supporting of Sylvanus, the god of just nature and trees being trees, which is a very passive sort of religion. You mostly just, plant an acorn every now and then and sort of hang out. But there's also significant pressure from, of course, Nobanian and Malar to change that current dominance of the moderates. Nobanian's worship is mainly in the southern part of the forest, while Malar currently is in the northern part. That has actually switched from what it used to be, but after the spell plague, many of the creatures up here, these plains are notoriously Nobanian. But after the breaking of the bridge and such, they sort of got separated and it split and switched around. But many of them fled to Nathlan. Yeah. And that would bring us through a year at the moment. Just in time, I think.
All right. The Dragon Fane held on, and no further punishment came their way. Woo!
Yeah.
Not yet.
Well, they're not really in a place that a lot of people are contesting.
Yeah.
I guess the dwarves could have attacked it, but that seems like a bad idea.
Who knows?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we resolved the Nightmasters. That was a goal.
Yeah. And we freed Relignith.
Sure did.
The way I didn't think would be.
I mean,
Yeah.
nobody thought that way.
Yeah, at the start of today, I was like, that'll happen sometime next year after Sheep returns. But then it happened today. How about that?
That's the beauty of the game, right? Anything can.
A beautiful fireworks explosion
I like being surprised.
with Valignus' cage rocketing through the sky.
Yeah, and when one that almost murdered him, like
Yeah, narrow
several times.
By all rights, it should have been fatal.
Surely,
there, but,
surely Tiamat was with him.
Yeah, they did just enough to blow the mountain into big chunks instead of disintegrated.
mhm.
Maybe dragons are like cats and they have 9 lives.
Always under the.
And then the cage didn't break, but neither did the dragon body.
Mhm.
And now there's a valid justification for Valignus being out as he needs to recover.
Needs to recover. Yeah, do the two of you know, Ari and Chris, what you would like to pursue in that time? Like, do you have any particular?
I definitely want to wade into the politics of Gulfmere, and also I want to figure I'll wade into the guild war that's happening here in Westgate.
Oh, you did. Yeah,
Yeah, I reckon I did.
that's happened.
Yeah.
By Valignus' direction, I have traded a point of sovereignty for a point of might.
Mhm. I think the Dragon Fan might be busy trying to integrate some of the Cult of the Dragon, maybe. A thing to do, but they might still be able to assist every now and then. Because I feel like that's Valignus' desire.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I like the storytelling of providing more definition to Valignus minions there, and them embracing like Tiamat's teachings as well as how Valignus wants them to act, which is their own thing.
He's taught them to be like that was one of the main things he taught them. That and fear him, I guess. A lot of intimidate checks.
I mean, see,
Weed out the weak.
I don't necessarily care for destroying the Seeker. Like, I don't care about him, but I want these guys up top, but also fuck the Cult of Asmodeus. Like, they should not be in any position where they can redirect power. That is not...
I mean, what they want to do is just hurt the dragons, right? That's really their actual goal. But
Yeah.
they can't do it directly, so.
And I don't like that very much.
Mhm.
I need to find out where their I think last I knew they had like their quarters are close to like the waterfront.
Mhm.
I really want to flood it.
Flood their temple.
I do.
It's like unconventional warfare to me.
Yeah. I know. That would be great.
And less flexible. You don't have to worry about the city guard defending them yet, because Seeker will
Yeah.
have to hold his position for a full season.
Yeah.
No, they just took it. It's not their color.
Alright, I guess that will be tackled while I'm gone.
It will be.
I will stop the stream here. Last stream for this year from me. I'm not sure if Grimmeth will be willing and able to stream.
Yeah, I will. I'll handle whatever sessions we do in your absence.
Alright. So the viewers don't have to miss anything.
/Grimmeth.
Our multinational, international
Crime syndicate. What will happen?
People stream.
I'm also going to try to phrase that. But I really have to go to bed. I am
Sleep
knackered.
well.
Get some sleep and have fun with your role playing holiday.
Yes.
It's true.
Roleplay.
I don't have any roleplay for like the next month, which is bizarre.
You'll come back.
Voluntarily.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. How does this work?
Raids.
Good night, everyone.